Okay. All right. Well, we are live. We are live again. Hello. Hello there, people. This is Tom. This is the INFJ Experience, and we are live. I did say I was going to be going on at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I believe I am a couple minutes early. I thought I should get set up here a little bit. All right. And so if anybody can hear me, if anybody's out there, hello. How are you? And I'm just getting started here. Give me just a few minutes. We're going to try to get ourselves situated. I got to get myself, I got to see myself over here on my laptop. And I'm always on a delay. When I'm doing something live, it's always maybe 5 seconds on delay. It's always a little bit later than what I'm actually broadcasting. But I guess that makes sense. It takes a little time for the whole internet to kind of get it thrown out there. It takes a few seconds. Amazing. It's like the speed of light, but even our technology isn't quite the speed of light. Matter of fact, what is the speed of light? I believe it is, if I remember right, it is, oh my gosh. Oh, how come I can't think of this? 86,000 miles per second, I believe. 86,000 miles per second is the speed of light. Yeah. So you get all these lines and these airwaves and everything as they transmit around the world. Doing the math and understanding that it's technology and electronics going there, it's a little bit of a delay. See how I kind of overthought that? Okay. Enough about that there, people. So anyway, this is like I said. This is if you're new here. Since we have three watching. Hello there. Three watching at the moment. Then okay. Yeah. If you are regular subscribers watching, hello. How are you? You can leave your comment down there. Let me know who you are. And if you're new to this channel, then hey, hang around a little bit. You might like what you're hearing a little bit about. And like I said, this is the INFJ Experience. Basically, what I talk about here is just a lot about our personality type. If you are an INFJ or have any understanding of the MBTI, it's 16 different personality types. We are talking about the rarest of all of the personality types, and that would be INFJ personality type. And usually, the reason these particular channels on YouTube are fairly common, or they are fairly popular. I mean, I can imagine there's other MBTI type shows as well. I'm sure there's some other ones like INFPs, INTJs, a lot of the introverted intuitives. I would imagine, no, they seem to glom onto these psychology ones. INFJs in particular do. There's no doubt that that's the most common of the bunch. And the reason being is that usually being introverted and being intuitive means you're in your head a lot. You're always in your mind. You're quiet type. The introverts are the quiet types. You must know the quiet types. They're the ones that maybe, if you remember the ones in school, the ones that just kind of sat in class and they didn't say much, didn't raise their hands much. They were just kind of doing their work. They were the quiet types. Then you had the other ones that were extrovert types and things like that. Funny thing is, though, I mean, even as a kid in school, you'd think I would have been the typical quiet kid, but I was kind of compensating for something. I was a troublemaker. I was a disruptor in class a little bit. I didn't seem to be quite the character I was, but I think a lot of that was acting out certain things. So I guess it's not always stereotypical. Sometimes that's where INFJs get kind of mistyped, miscasted sometimes, because occasionally, because of their chameleon effect, they pick up energies around them. They start absorbing emotions and energies, and they sometimes start mirroring and mimicking the people around them. So they call them chameleons. It's like, yeah, that's a chameleon part of them. It's a very complex personality type. Yeah, so I figure I'd go live today, and I was actually doing a few lives in the last In the last couple of weeks, I did some later ones. I was doing some Saturday nights, anywhere from 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock at night. I was actually trying to reach out and find some of the time zones, the later time zones in other countries, halfway around the world, maybe halfway, maybe later parts of the United States or like in Europe, where maybe they were getting up early in the morning. I was actually finding a lot of different people joining the broadcast from many different countries. Yeah, Istanbul. Somebody came in from Istanbul, but the way they talk, wherever they're from, I mean, we got that one thing in common. You can tell that we have a similar thought process and similar just reasoning functions in a lot of ways. And you can tell that in people as you see them. You really can. So, but if you have any comments, if you'd like to join this and add a comment or add a question, introduce yourself. Let me know you're here. And if it's somebody that is familiar to this channel, if somebody that I know, yeah, just say hello. Say hi, because there's a lot of people that I've gotten to know on this channel as well. Some of the ones that text and their names, yeah, I've recognized them, and sometimes they reoccur. And so if you're out there, yeah, welcome aboard. Yeah, so that is basically what this channel is. It's a self-help kind of a channel where we discuss our type. Okay, so now I must say that I'm actually very close to another milestone. Usually around the 100 marks, I usually put up a milestone. Sometimes I go live occasionally on these milestones, and that would be the hundreds. I'm approaching the 800th subscriber. Yes, go figure. Listen, people, I'm still a small channel. I'm still small out here, but I'm trying to make a niche, and I'm trying to help people. Now, if you look at some of my videos out there, I mean, basically what I do is I don't have a lot of, as far as knowledge, as far as book knowledge or knowledge as far as the MBTI. I do have a lot from just what I've accumulated over the last couple of years or so of watching some of these YouTube videos or looking at some occasionally I pick up an MBTI book and things like that and look at psychology. But most of my experience, in fact, almost all of it, pretty much all of my experience is just being me, just understanding myself, just understanding that I had to grow up and survive with a very rare, very complex personality. And I must say, through most of my life, I've had a confusing life. There have been times in my life where this personality, being as intricate and complex as it is, it it it's overwhelming sometimes, especially to those who don't understand it, and to those who are not wise to just understanding how their functions work, not understanding that they're introverts that need alone time, that need recharging, and they can't be like their extroverted friends. I mean, they can be, they can try, but they might get burned out quick. You know, like I said, you might have extroverted friends that you hang out with. Maybe they're your best friends, and they're the types that just love it when they go to parties and can stay there all night. And they seem to just keep getting like like gathering strength as you go along. You're there for like an hour or two, and you're ready to leave. While they're just getting started. So you have to know these things about yourself. You have to know that you have an introverted personality that needs rest, that you need downtime, you need alone time. As long as so these are certain things we just have to understand about ourselves. And but like I said, uh, growing up through the '80s, growing up through the '90s, I mean, I was a child in the '70s, okay, but growing up through the '80s, I started having a very turbulent um, life as far as just my coping, my basically just the way I was. I just want to do a sound check. How's my sound? Everything going all right here? I just want to do a sound check. How's my sound? Everything going all right here? Okay, all right. I just wanted to check the sound, people. just pardon me that 1 second. No, but yeah, but growing up through my life, I basically had I'd say I had a troubled life. I had a troubled life growing up in so many ways. And but bottom line is, if I had a little bit more of an understanding of myself as I was developing, if I could have accepted more about what it was, or maybe I would have been a stubborn teenager anyway, and wouldn't have cared anyway. Somebody might have said, "Oh yeah, you're this kind of personality." And after says, "Yeah, who cares? I just want to go, I want to do something." There comes a time where we have to be ready for ourselves. There has to be a maturity level where we finally accept who we are, where we finally see the patterns in our life, and we just want to fully understand ourselves. And that does reach that peak in our life where where we do settle down, where we do try to figure us out completely, where we get out of those adolescent, those younger um, phases of our life, I should say. And I guess we all go through them. But bottom line is, yeah, we tend to have a difficult early life, and a lot of times I talk to INFJs, and that seems to be a lot of um, their similarities about them is that they have this this complex, very emotional, spiritual, strange kind of a development in their mind that they sometimes they just cannot fully grasp what they are, who they are. Sometimes we go through our life thinking we are mentally ill. Now I did. I thought I had different things. I tried to figure out what was going on. I always told myself, listen, I'm intelligent. I do think well. I'm logical, but why do I feel like I'm not like anybody else? I'm not like anybody else I've met, but I don't feel like I'm crazy. I can't be crazy because I made sense. I was logical. I thought, whoa, my thoughts were sound thoughts. They weren't bad thoughts. But at the same time, they were deep thoughts. It was my introverted intuition, though, that abstract mind that we have, this very abstract way of processing information with introversion. And it's usually translated in symbols and shapes and patterns and abstract kind of stick figuratures. It's hard to describe, but there's a lot of images along with their introverted thinking, basically, which is their common sense. It's their logical side, trying to make sense of everything they're going through. But during that, being that what the basis of introversion is the fact that it's just a way of seeing things deeper, not seeing things for the surface. It's being able to read people's expression, read their emotions, having empathy, actually being able to pick up on emotions, even understanding if they're lying by just their way they're speaking, the way they're presenting themselves. You can kind of see a lot. You can see behind the facades in a lot of ways. And a lot of people don't have that perception. I mean, they may have their own way of seeing things, and they have specialties and things like that in their other types. But for the most part, the introverted intuitive mind is very, like I said, it's just sees deeper. It makes connections. It can actually feel. They can actually feel vibes in a room. They'll walk into a room, let's say, and they can feel the whole tempo of the room. They can feel the whole vibe of a room in a sense, and they can read, and they usually can piece things together in advance and start seeing future outcomes. They'll just start seeing like, okay, this is happening, that's happening. Where else can it go? I mean, kind of think about this. Think of having a mind like this. Now, an example of a type of mind on what introversion is. I mean, let's just say, for instance, you see a car. You see a car that's on the highway, and this car is driving erratically. Okay, it's passing people, it's weaving in and out, it's just driving, and you tell yourself, "Oh my gosh, this car is gonna go off the road, and they're gonna roll. They're gonna end up in a ditch somewhere. Let's just say they're out of sight." Now, eventually a mile or two later, you see the cops are there and you see an accident scene, and that car you saw pass everybody's in a ditch. It's now that's kind of an easy way of it being intuitive. That's kind of like anybody could see that. That's kind of an obvious one. But what I'm saying with INFJs, there's a bit more of a way of just reading people's expressions, emotions, like I said, feeling vibes in a room, and just kind of getting a feel of what's going on around. And a lot of times too, it's just a way of piecing things together as far as just not necessarily with people and things like that, just knowing future events in their life and knowing certain decisions they make. And I mean, they have a way of just piecing things together, knowing what their future outcomes are going to be. But usually, typically, an INFJ is a very future forward thinking individual anyway. And that's where the that's where the intuition comes about, that introverted intuition, because they are such forward future planners. They're always piecing things together, and they're able to see and project beyond what's going on in that moment. And usually they're pretty accurate. These are some of their strong points they have. But through the course and the life of an INFJ, they typically are, let's say, they have a confusing personality too, because they have this other part of their personality, which is FE, which is extroverted feeling, which basically means they like to make connections. You know, go figure. You know, they like to have connections with people. They like to find some kind of a, like I said, a deep bond of in a sense sometimes with people. So they usually like to make sure there's a connection. But at the same time, they're introverted intuitives, and a lot of times, yeah, they need their alone time, so they're drawn to people that usually drain them. So it's kind of so a lot of times that causes some confusion through their life. So this is just the basic fundamentals of some of the drawbacks and some of the great attributes that INFJs have. They're very, let's say, they're very paradoxical. They have a lot of strengths. They have great strengths in their personality, in their character, internal strengths, but they also have their drawbacks. And much of the time with an INFJ is the fact that they are very isolated people. Their introversion, in their way they live, isolates them, and they feel very much alone in their mind. Their alignments, their major alignments are all introverted. Introverted thinking, intuition keeps them very isolated. Sometimes they can be amongst people and feel alone, and so of course, what happens? Feeling isolated leads to loneliness. Loneliness leads to, like, let's say, sadness and depression. So a lot of times through their life, they go through these bouts, and a lot of times, yeah, they go through a lot of internal suffering, and so in a lot of ways. And I think we all understand that. As INFJs, it's understood. Now, not understanding your type, not knowing who you are, and if you're going through these, but not aware of your personality type, this could be very troubling. This could be a very stressful life. Now, the reason I've established this channel is exactly that, is that INFJs and other introverted intuitives need to, well, I think all MBTI types need to figure themselves out, but especially these types. They need to just understand themselves, and they need to come to a mature understanding of the fact that they eventually need to just figure themselves out in order to better their lives, in order to further their experience, their lives, by bettering themselves. But by understanding themselves and accepting themselves first, it goes tremendously far. Okay, so that's why this channel is here. Okay, for that reason. So if anybody out there is in the spectrum of the introverted intuitive or in the INFJ camp, yes, I'm sure you probably see some similarities. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of you do, and you'll probably see some similarities. And if you just stumbled across this, don't know that, and I'm saying something that says, "Hey, I'm kind of like that," the chances are, you probably have similarities in your personality. But these are things we wrestle with in silence. We wrestle with these. That's another thing, is that usually INFJs have figured out early on in their life that when they start trying to tell people what's going on in their life, how they think, how their life is, they tend to get misunderstood. They're very misunderstood because they're trying to describe what's going on in their mind. And sometimes other people, majority of people can't relate to that. They don't have that kind of thinking process, and a lot of times they just get either, they just don't get the advice that they need. I mean, somebody may generally be concerned about them, but they just don't know how to give them any kind of advice for something they've never experienced. So in a lot of ways, I mean, they keep to themselves, and they stay inward, and they found out early on that there's really nothing to open up to or open up for. Now, these are the one channels that we have. When we finally figure out that we who we are, and we find other people that have our similar personality, we finally figure it's like finding a camaraderie in a lot of ways. So a lot of times we find that common interest, we find that common bond, and of course we start talking about things that we have in common. And so the things I'm talking about now are things that hold us in common in so many ways. And yeah, usually that's what defines us, and that's why a lot of times we are drawn to these channels. Okay, so I started this channel almost going on close to 8 months ago now. I can't believe it's been that long. It's been a while, but yeah, I've grown the channel up a little bit, and I've gotten I've gotten some. It's slowly growing. I'm still a small channel, but the thing is that my channel is it is growing all the time, and I hope to just make sure that someday my goal really is to make the connections, is to be a voice that we wish we had. I mean, how many times did INFJ says, I wish I had somebody like that when I was a kid. I wish I could have heard these kind of messages when I was younger. It would have helped. So a lot of times we wish we had somebody that understood us, that kind of was, that had the same experiences that we could relate to. A lot of times we don't as an INFJ, because the INFJ is a very rare personality type. In fact, it's the most rare. It is the most rare personality of all time, of all of them, and also it's the most complex, and it's a very deep-minded as well. Well, we have a comment. El Vagabond, hello there. Hey, what's up? A kaleidoscope Venn diagram of algorithm patterns highlighting the most probable outcome. Exhausting. Yes, absolutely. Well, the thing is too, it will be exhausting when you're not fully aware of what it is or how to figure it out. A lot of times we just see these crazy things going through our minds, and we think it's just our wild imagination going. And you see what I mean? I mean, you'll see the patterns, the shapes. You kind of know what they are, but it's like the piecing together. And if you're trying to put your introverted thinking in there, you're trying to put your logic into something where your thinking is that, okay, but what am I trying to decipher here? You see? So that's where it takes the wisdom. That's where it takes us being, growing wise and just understanding our mind. And the older we get, we start to understand these patterns much better. It doesn't get as exhausting as far as we're able to slow our mind down and get control of our thoughts, by meditation, by finding a way of slowing down our thoughts and being separated for them when we're not caught up in them. These things don't get so exhausting anymore. But again, it's all about our wisdom. It's all about our experiences and growing up with this, and just we learn as we grow. I mean, that's one thing INFJs do. They learn from their mistakes. I mean, it might take them up 2 or 3 times to learn sometimes, like I did. I mean, I didn't learn the first time every time. But as I got older, I realized, it's just dumb to keep making the same mistake. It's like bashing your head in the wall, hoping that it doesn't hurt finally. I don't know. It's hard to describe it, right? But yeah, it's all about growing with this, and all that. So El Vagabond, there's somebody that I have recognized before. In fact, I think I've seen you on some of my later broadcasts as well, if I can remember right. I'm trying to remember if I've seen you on some of my later ones later at night, because I've had a few. I was saying I had some lives as far as going late as well, but I've seen you out there, El Vagabond. In fact, I've seen you make a few comments in some of my videos here and there too, so that's good. But yeah, as far as that goes, that's basically why this channel is what it is. Okay, and like I said, we are 3 subscribers away from 800. Yeah, I was hoping if anybody's out there that likes this, if they want to subscribe during this broadcast and bring us up to 800 right here, we can make a celebrate. I will celebrate right here. Well, I'll drink my water anyway. I'm not gonna take a shot or anything like that. Yes, yes, good to see you, Tom. I enjoy your live streams. Hey, I enjoy doing them. Well, thanks. I'm glad you're out there. I'm glad you can attend. You know what I'm saying? It's always good to know that you're out there watching, by no doubt. Yeah, but yeah, I decided I've had a little bit of time off. I should be working right now. I got some time off from work, and I thought, well, what do I do with it? You know, usually I get a night shift. I work at night, and I'm like, well, what? Let's go live. I'm going to do a live. All right. So I decided that was it. That's all. So, yeah, if any, but I put a couple of videos out. I've noticed too that there's a lot of things I have to learn about YouTube along the way. Now they tell you that there's certain times you need to load up your videos at a consistent time, like a certain day, certain time frame. I kind of loaded up a couple out of my time frame, and I thought, yeah, these are good videos. In fact, the latest one I got, I thought this is a good one, and it is. I mean, I thought it was really good, very informative, very, you know, and it didn't take off like I thought. I'm like, well, why is that? Why is it just not taking off? It's like, is it because I put it in a an unfamiliar time spot? I mean, I released it on a Saturday, and usually I upload videos around now, like a Tuesday, maybe a Wednesday. But being that I had time off, I kept making videos, and I thought, well, just throw it out there, let it sit, do your thing, and then they weren't taking off like I thought they would. So it's funny how that thing works like that, though. So, but bottom line is, yeah, like I said, the channel's here for you, though, people. It is basically here for to just basically open our eyes to find for our type, because it's just important. It's so important for this type of personality to understand themselves, to fully embrace their mind. And I think INFJs typically they glom onto things about psychology, things about human nature, things about basically the workings of the human mind. They are gravitating to that because of their mind. Now this is one of the things that draws in INFJs more than anything, and I think a lot of them are drawn to the MBTI types, and because it's a major piece of a puzzle that they find in they may stumble across. And a lot of times I've talked to many of you that when you found out your type, sometimes it depends on when you found it. I mean, sometimes like in my situation here, literally people, I was watching a YouTube channel and an algorithm came up about an MBTI type, this INFJ type, and there's something about being on drugs. It was Wennis. I've told this story before. I started watching it, and it seemed to make sense to me. Then I started finding out all I could about it. So it was right here on YouTube almost 4 years ago, just about 4 years ago, give or take, when I found out my MBTI type. And since then, yes, I've been learning much more about it. I learned as much as I could about it. And then I started understanding the way my mind and my process work better. I said, okay, introverted. Okay, that means, and I do spend a lot of time alone. I've been alone in my whole life. Yeah, so I'm like, it makes sense. And the intuitive part, and of course the all the other judging functions and about future planning, I started really watching my own mind. I just started seeing how it works, studying my own mind in a sense, just seeing the patterns. I mean, really watching it closely. And then I said, oh my gosh, I see that. Now I almost at one point you can, when you start really watching your mind, I mean, you could be just doing anything. You could be doing your job. You could be walking down the street at a grocery store, going through the aisles, and how you're deciding how you're picking things or how you're future planning things. You start seeing the patterns, and then you tell yourself, have I always been like this? Am I doing this because I'm expecting to do it, because I'm trying to be this type or thinking I'm this? So you start overthinking. It's like, yeah, but wait, that's what it is. I'm overthinking this thing. That's part of it too. But bottom line is, yeah, I started really focusing on my mind and how it worked and how it functioned in so many ways. And then I finally ended up taking a test. I was reluctant for a few years because a lot of times you take these tests, you go on, MBTI test, right? So it says free test. Okay, free test. So you take your test, you sit there for 20 minutes answering these questions, going through the whole thing. And then it's like they say, well, okay, it's a free test, right? And then all of a sudden your test is done. If you'd like your results, send $2.99 to blankety blank, right, send your credit card number to this site. So I'm like, oh, that's a scam, isn't it? They tell you it's a free test, but it costs you money to get the results. They don't tell you that part. The results aren't free. Always a catch, right? So I was reluctant to get the test. I really didn't want to pay for it, because a lot of times you don't want to throw your credit card number out there randomly, right? You know what I mean, right? So finally, I found a free test site though. In fact, I've talked about it before. 16personalitytypes.com. Now, I'm not endorsing them. I'm not getting any pay for that or anything like that. I'm not, so I don't have any vested interest in saying that, but that one is a totally free test. In fact, I asked somebody where's a good test to take? What's free? And somebody had actually on a site, a blog site, told me, yeah, about that one. And it's a free site. It's all free. And you take the test, and I think it's fairly accurate. Now, I came up INFJ first time. I took it again, same thing. And one time I was INTJ, and I thought, well, I've heard other people say that too. They get INTJs, INFJs get kind of you can get mixed up sometime how you answer your questions, because there's only one function off that's backwards, and there's just one flip that's a very close one, and they're very similar in so many ways. INTJs have the introverted thinking, no, excuse me, introverted feeling, while INFJs have the extroverted feeling. And the INTJ also has the what is it? Is it dominant? Oh my gosh! If somebody can help me with this. I'm trying to remember that. Yeah, no, it's just that's one thing that's flipped. And then instead of having extroverted sensing, they have their extroverted thinking. I believe is the dominant function of the INTJ, and they have introverted feeling. That's what it is. And then it's just backwards for the INFJ. INFJs have that extroverted feeling and their introverted thinking. So it can be very close on that spectrum right there, depending on how you answer those questions. So that was only one time I came up as that. And I took a couple after that, and it was both the same. Okay, INFJ. And I'd say every 6 months, every once in a while, I just go back on that site and I take it. I take the test. It's always consistent now. It is just what it is. So, so bottom line is, so I started the channel by, like I said, almost 8 months ago, almost 8 months. Yeah, it'll be. But bottom line is, it was for the very reason that I was hoping that if I found my type, and it helped me just to understand myself better, and it was a way of just knowing my mind a little better and accepting my mind as well, and just understanding it and accepting it. But once I got to accept who I was and not try to change who I was, then my life got much better. When I understood that, okay, this is who I am, I got to accept this. And again, once I began to accept my introversion and understood that the isolation that I felt, and a lot of times, of course, we have that extroverted feeling, and we think we need connection, and a lot of times we get lonely, we get sad, because a lot of times we forget how to make connections because we're so isolated. And it almost feels forced when you force yourself to try to make connections with people. Like, let's say you have you want a girlfriend. Let's go figure. A man wants a girlfriend, he's feeling isolated. A lot of times it's just you're trying to force something to happen, and you're not really looking at somebody for their values. You're just looking at the fact that there's somebody, their attraction. Okay, I mean, but that's what men do. We do that. We're attracted to women based on physical attraction. Of course, we all are. It's that, but also you want that internal connection as well. There's got to be something deeper than that. But a lot of times we make irrational choices because we're trying to fill a void in ourselves, and sometimes these choices don't always align with us, and a lot of times we end up drifting away from these. I mean, my relationships never lasted very long. And a lot of times, like I think I've said on my latest uploaded video, is the fact that we drift in and out of different realms. We're always, I think, through most of our life, we're lost, because we're kind of floating. We're going to our introversion, we go into our isolation, our solitude, we go into our basically our bunker zone over here, and we might feel we have to heal. Basically, this is our healing thing. This is our rebuilding. We're trying to basically regenerate after we've been hurt or betrayed or had our heart broken, whatever it might be, okay? And we might be there for weeks or months. Then all of a sudden we start getting that lonely, that extroverted sensing starts pulling on us again. Then we start reaching out, looking for connections again. And, we might find that connection. And again, like I said, then it starts to, if it's a wrong connection, a wrong relationship, it'll drain on us. It'll tax on us again. And then all of a sudden we're drifting away. Then we end up breaking off. And then we go back to the bunker zone. So a lot of times we're kind of going back and forth. My latest video, I basically said that we have to be more focused, more balanced. We have to find a situation in our life where we are in two worlds at once. We're in this extroverted world. We have to make reaching for connections, but also we have to maintain our mind. Our intuition has to be our guide, because so many times when we drift like that, we kind of sacrifice our greatest functions in order to find this relief from the pain of being isolated. And I think a lot of times we go through lives like that. Now this is the story of my life, people. I can't speak for everybody, but this was my story, and this was my journey through my time. And so I think a lot of us go through these kind of bouts in our life as well. We drift, and I think at that point when we're drifting, when we're kind of going from one part to the other, this is being lost. This is being confused. But the more you understand yourself, the more you're rooted in your ground, the more you find you have to keep that extroverted sensing part, which is we're kind of have an inferior extroverted sensing, but it has to be healthy. I mean, we can't bend into these realms in order to just find relief and find escape, just to go back to isolation like I was doing most of my life. I think I spent most of my life doing that, drifting back and forth, because I would disappear. I would kind of isolate. I would just go into myself. I'd work, do my job, kind of get out of work, go home, and I spent weekends alone, and I just do things alone, which I typically normally did. And then I'd drift, I'd find a relationship, and then that would end and then I'd drift. So it was my pattern. So I'm basically speaking of this from my own experience, basically. But I can imagine that a lot of us do that in a similar way as well. Is that we all have these bouts of just being imbalanced in our functions, and especially not understanding ourselves, not understanding how our functions align. If we don't understand our type, and I think it makes it a little more complicated for especially for an INFJ. And that's why I say it's very important. I mean, because I just know how it helped me. When I discovered my MBTI type, my type, I knew that it helped me immensely. I just know that it got me looking. It got me trying to understand myself, and that's where my life started becoming more fulfilling in so many ways. In that way, so that's why I basically just glommed onto it. But I had but it was I was at the point of my life where I was ready to accept this. I was ready to see this for what it was. And I got to say one thing, people, though, as you get older, as a man, okay, as you know, now typically a man, yeah, we have our drives, we have our basically our hormones. We have our drives, our lusts, and men are like that. I mean, women do too. We all do as human beings. We're half animal, by the way. Now, a lot of times, as you get older, to be an older man, a lot of times these things aren't as overpowering. They don't drive you crazy as much. To put it bluntly, when you're a young man, you're in your 20s and 30s. You're basically a horny. You know what I mean? And you let's face it. And yeah, you have more of a drive. So that's pulling you. That's really pulling you into different places. You're going to do things and risk things to fulfill that. Kind of like that deer and rut. You must know deer season. We got that up here in the northeast of the United States, up here in New Hampshire. We got the deer and those white-tailed deer. And every time it's right around October, September, November-ish, they go into rut, and that's right around hunting season. And typically, what it is right after they figure those bucks had their turn, they had their time, they were ripe to take. I mean, once they've repopulated, they got to a point where they could copulate, repopulate. That was all they needed. Now they were big enough to harvest, basically. And that's just the way nature is. That's just how it is. Now, then they let the does go a little bit. You know what I mean? And usually the does, before they knew that the doe was actually, pregnant or so, they had a certain time you can shoot the doe as well. But anything beyond a certain time, you figure that these does are probably going to reproduce. So now you couldn't shoot the does beyond a certain time. It's like usually it's November 15th or, so they got these rules for hunting. And it's all designed in that way because these are the times. Now, this is not a hunting show. I'm not going into that. My point is that when I got older, as an older man, I mean, at least one thing is that your drives aren't as strong. They're not as controlling you. In fact, they taper down quite a bit, and they're much more, I'd say they're more relaxed. And in a lot of ways, as a man, it's a relief in a lot of ways. It really is, because as a young man, it's growing up, and you guys know this. You guys know what your drives are all about. But as you get older, you can regulate them much better. You don't have to have that as much, and it doesn't drive you or just push you into bad decisions anymore. So I'm at that. I guess my point is I'm at that stage in my life too, where I have a clear mind, where my mind doesn't always focus on that, doesn't have to focus on that. So I'm a little bit more mature now, so I can focus more on understanding my mind better. So I think in a lot of ways that is a plus in your life to not have that. So I think it reaches a certain point in your life where these things have to start clicking into place, for us. And usually as we get older, yeah, we simmer down a little bit anyway. And a lot of times we want to introspect more, because we can look back on a history of a life that we made, some of the great things we've done in our life, and some of the mistakes we've had. Now we have to introspect and retrospect our life. Now we have a history. Okay, back when you're 20 or 30, you can introspect what you did in high school, maybe the spitballs you spit at the teacher. I mean, what kind of introspection could you do? You gave some kid a wedgie in the hallway. I mean, what kind of introspection do you have at that point? But now you got an introspection of a guy that's in his early 60s. He's had a life. He's had a whole life. He's worked his life. He's had a family. He's raised a family. He's probably been married. Maybe still married. Maybe not. But there's a lot more to introspect and retrospect. You got more of that history to look at. See, so that's basically the life that you have. So. But you reach a point in your life, like I said, everything has to start falling into place. Your mind has to simmer down a little bit. Your hormones have to simmer down a little bit. Everything starts to click into place where you can introspect and you can find yourself and you can redirect your energies toward basically improving your life, your mind, your soul, your spirit. Okay. And I think a lot of it, that's what happened. That's the path I'm trying to be on. I'm trying to maintain that right now. Now this channel is why I'm here. That's one of the reasons the channel is where it is because of that very thing too. Is because you have to find all this. You have to reach that stage in your life where you're willing to, to look at yourself and be okay with that and actually face yourself and accept some of the mistakes, not just try to, deny them or have any kind, because you never learn. If you blame everybody, if you reach a point where everything that happens to you is somebody else's fault, and you're always going to point fingers and you're never going to take accountability, where's your growth? You're going to keep making the same mistakes over and over because you're not looking at yourself. You're never going to say, I had something to do with that. This was my fault. I shouldn't do that again. You're not going to learn from your mistakes. That's why it's important. I mean, anybody that doesn't take accountability for what they do and is never wrong, never at fault. And yeah, there's quite a few people out there. You hear a lot of people that are always blaming. They're never learning either. And you're going to keep making the same mistakes over and over again. That's called insanity, as Einstein called that. Einstein, I believe he said that was, what is it? Insanity is the definition is making the same, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result by not taking accountability. Basically, that's a stage of insanity. So yeah, it's a lot of it's about accountability. You have to sit with yourself and realize if you made mistakes and you got to learn from them and you have to own up to them. You just do. You just do. I mean, because our life isn't always somebody else's fault. It really isn't. Okay. Well, all right. So Vagabond, you're still out there. Just curious. I see a couple of posts out there. I had one. And that's okay. But I keep seeing the number go up, like 7, then it goes up to 5, goes up to 9, 10, then it goes back to 7, goes to 4. So, and it just went up to 8. See, that's a went from 7 to 8. Yeah. But basically, that is the life. That is basically some of the that's at least some of the wonderful introspections that we get in life is that we're able to just uh, just look at ourselves and find ourselves in that way. Hello there. We got Jesse S. Hill. Uh, Jesse, hello. Hi there. How do you handle the anger of seeing the stupidness in the world, but not being able to do anything about it? oh, 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 uh, that's a good question. You got me laughing at that one. How do you know it's the stupidness in the world, but not being able to do anything about it? Well, here's my answer to that. It depends on what your definition of stupidness is. My definition of stupidness could be 180 degrees different than your definition of stupidness. I mean, really, it could be. And I mean, I've seen some people that, depending on what spectrum of where you're coming from, I've seen some people that think that their mind is, they're looking at everybody as stupid and they really are the ones. So I guess it depends on where you're coming from. But you got to remember too that a lot of times you have to understand that some things are out of your control. You can only control what is in your eminent business. Basically, you control your own mind, your own business, control your own things within your own self. I mean, if my neighbor across the street is just, you know, doing something dumb and I'm looking in his yard and what can I do about it except maybe make a comment after the fact? But I mean, it's their life. As long as they're not harming anybody, as long as it's not widespread, then there's really not a lot we can do about that. We got to kind of keep it just under wraps. But I think a lot of times stupidness. Sometimes you even see it going on in the government. And sometimes you see certain laws, certain things passed, certain. Sometimes you see crazy things going on in government. You say, "My gosh!" I mean, this is affecting people. You see it on a wide scale. So I guess the way I'd say is it depends on what it is exactly. I mean, but we're supposed to be able to vote these people out either 2 or 4 years. You know what I mean? They get this certain time. So, but I think that's bottom line. What I got. It depends on, like I said, everybody's version of stupidness. They're doing it because whatever they're doing, they don't think it's stupid. If they're doing something stupid, their mind is telling them it can't be. I mean, unless they're goofing, I don't know. But bottom line is, people. The Jesse though, really, you got to focus on your immediate life and ahead of you. You really just have to focus on you and do the best thing you can. And as long as something isn't affecting you directly, I mean, a lot of times it's not much you can do about it. But if it's on a wide scale, if it's something going on, I mean, you could take action if it's a stupid policy they got in your town. Maybe they did something in the school, or they're starting to put a certain curriculum or an agenda in your school. I mean, that's where PTOs and teachers or parent teachers conferences come from, and you're supposed to be able to talk things out. You can get active that way. And if you don't like what's going on in like your state, I mean, again, you can write letters to your governor, your senator, or what have you. You could do that too. You know, so it all depends on what level it is. If you really want to get active in something, but again, you have to just know that what you think of as stupid could be something as not stupid to somebody else. All right. I hope I answered that all right. I mean, that's just basically it. Bottom line is just be aware of the things you can control. Shall. Well, closed-mindedness is one of the simple, stupid, I guess, just bulldozing through life without thinking of looking back. A, a big stupid is ruling the world right now. That makes me angry as hell. Oh, I think I know who you're referring to. See, I kind of, when you said stupidness, that's why I said what you said. That's why I said that. Because your version of stupid may not be my version of stupid. Now, listen, I don't want to get too political here. This is about this particular show is not going to go into the. I'm not going to start talking too much about. I'm not. Listen, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, the big guy in the big chair right now in the White House. I get it. Whether you like him or not, listen, he was voted in. The man he was duly elected president. Okay? He was. Okay? He was, and he is the commander in chief. And like 3 years or 4 years earlier, you might not have liked the guy before that either. I mean, it depends. We have two very conflicting views of what politics were between the last president and this president. And of course, man, that this particular president also this is his second term. He has two non-consecutive. Bottom line is, I mean, everybody has an agenda here, but like I said, I don't want to get too much into politics here. That's not really my show. Now, if I wanted to have a political show, I could easily do that and have be more opinionated about, like, left wing, right wing politics, Republican and Democrat. But this show is more about self help. This show is more about you know having your own self help, finding your inner calm, your inner stillness. This is about understanding a personality type. That's what it is. So, but like I said, I mean, I don't want you to use my forum to cut the guy down. Now, I'm not going to praise him, and I'm not going to cut him down right now, only because this is not my format to do so. Okay, that this show is not for that. Okay, but you have a lot. But I can honestly say, Jesse, whoever you are exactly, from what you're saying, you have a lot of pent up anger. You have a lot of angst in there. You have a lot of pent up vile going on in there. You really do. I think you really got to introspect a little bit and see. I mean, when you start looking at things based on emotion, when you start using emotion to fuel your decisions, fuel yourself in an angry way, you don't make good decisions. You got to think rational, logical. Okay. Now, there's certain times for emotions, and a lot of times, they shouldn't be made. They should not be made in decisions like that. You've got to think things out rational and make sense of things, because this is what happens: is it comes out as hateful, and a lot of times, people that have opinions like that, they're just throwing hatred out there. That's a negative emotion, and that doesn't make for good decision making in any part of our life, really. Left and right is just about making us divided anyway. We're all humans trying to live a life. Well, it should be that. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I mean, but the thing is, not everybody agrees on one thing, and that's why there has to be debates, and that's why they had votes. They tried to come up with, the whole idea of voting. That's why it came about. because certain people think different. Just like there are 16 different personality types in the world, if there was only one personality type, they'd be thinking relatively the same. But now this is about, like I said, 16 personality type. This is about INFJ. Now I'm going to tell you right now, somebody could be the same personality type as me, but we could be completely different, opposite opinions on our politics. I mean, I've seen INFJs, or the ones that say they are, and they're in that spectrum, and they think completely different than me. Their decision making in regards to politics is completely off. Uh, are you an INFJ? Well, I've tested several times for it. Yeah. All right, I have. And who is this? Jethro. Hey, Jethro Afro, 2902. Oh, Jesse, are you an? Oh, you're asking. Okay. All right, there you go. No, but anyway, that's so I really think okay, I think I've said quite a bit about that, okay? I've been somebody else in the last time I went live did something like that too. They asked me what, if I was Republican or Democrat. I said, listen, I try to stay away from that. Trust me, I do have strong opinions politically. I just don't want to express those too much. You might be able to figure out who I am. Maybe you have an intuitive understanding of who I am and where I lean, whether I'm this or that, but I'm not going to come out and say it because it's not my format. It really isn't. I'm going to try to stick more into understanding our mind, understanding our psychology, how we think, why we make the decisions we do, and base it on that. A lot of times that's what this show's all about. Uh, want to guess my personality based on my few comments? Uh, you're empathetic. Okay, all right. I'm gonna let you two duke that one out. I mean, I see things going on over there. I mean, I'm not questioning it, but I'm not doing it. I'm not saying you are or not. I'm just saying that, I just made the comment that there could be personality types that have completely different conflicting political views, completely different, opposite. So it doesn't always base it on that. So, but bottom line is there's 16 personality types, though. Oh, El Vago, I've been thinking about how painful love is. When I look at the people that I love, okay, El Vagabond, what do you got there? When I look at the people that I love, the most of us can cry if I allow myself to really see it. All the pain, care, and love. Now, are you talking about in like an introspective way, like a self interest? I'm not sure exactly. Okay, when I look at the people I love the most, I can just cry if I allow myself to really see it all, the pain, care, and love. Yeah. Okay. I sounds to me like that's kind of that's one of those heartfelt connections you're making there. Jethro, let's see. It's kind of cool trying to guess it. I don't care about left, right, per se. Most things are gray in my view. All right. Okay. All right. But yeah, but hopefully that isn't tearing you up there, El Vagabond. I hope you're not. You know, I mean, it's okay to you care for people, you love them, and you want the best for people, but don't let it tear you up either. Just make the right choices in their life. That's all you can do. Listen, I'm coming from a guy that doesn't have a family anymore. Listen, I was married for 20 years. I'm divorced now, and I mean, I made a lot of mistakes. I wish I could go back and do with my marriage and some things like that, and especially with my kids. My kids are grown now. I don't see them very much anymore. In fact, I don't see them. So I get some things going on in my own political thing. I don't want to talk too much about it. It's pretty much what I have going on. I have to deal with it. And I deal with it every day. Some of the mistakes I made with my own kids. So, but anyway, yeah, we are. Let me see, Jethro. I have a theory that personalities and gender are the two sides of the same coin. Um, I think I know what you're saying. Are you basically basing that on the fact of that typically, I mean, typically men and women they think different. Yeah, like, I can almost say I'm surprised they do. You just steered into something, Jethro. Now I know this is something that might get people nervous about, or no, or maybe it might trigger people. But listen, I'm not here to do that, but it might. Is that men and women are different? Okay, as much as they try to say we're the same in a lot of ways, we think the same, and that we can just magically take certain body parts off and just manipulate them around a little bit, and then we can change our genders just because we want to. We can have surgery that doesn't make it happen. It just doesn't. Okay. But enough said on that. Bottom line is men and women do think differently. Men and women are different. Men are more logical on average. Not to say all men are. I've seen some emotional men too that don't think quite right. And typically women are more no, excuse me. Yeah, men are more logical and women are typically, I'm just saying on average, more emotional. And that's usually how it breaks down. But I mean, not to say they can't be either or. I mean, I've seen women that are make a lot of sense, that are very practical, very logical, and think well. Then I've seen others that are irrational. But I've seen the same thing on men. So, but typically it's that way. So a lot of times makes you wonder if your gender has a lot to do with your personality type. Although on the last test I take with the 116personalitytypes.com, after you take the test, they do ask you gender. I think that might play in a little bit on the decision before it's cast, even though they don't, but usually at that they give you the T or the A, for turbulent or assertive as well. So a lot of times they give you that extra letter, like the INFJ turbulent or the INFJ assertive. And usually those boil down into I was a turbulent. I think most INFJs are turbulent. There's a lot less of the A's, the assertives. I guess the difference between those is assertives have more their act together. They think a little more clear. They think a little more, they're not as, their mind isn't as crazy as I was talking earlier. Just it's not as confusing and as conflicting. They're not pulled in a lot of directions. They got their life in order. They're more practical. Like they plan things. They future plan. They're more organized. They're more put together. This is the assertive type. And occasionally you do. You have that view, and they're usually just way more like structured as well. Now the INFJ turbulent is just more that, more caught up in our mind, and a lot of things we struggle. We're strugglers for the most part in our life and our mind. And that's why they call it turbulence. That's what turbulence is. It's a shaky, rocky road. You go up into you're flying on a jet airliner, and they say, we're gonna encounter some turbulence. What is it? It's like just kind of trouble. It's like that hitting that part of air that's all shaky. It's shaking the plane up. Well, that's your mind. That's a turbulent mind. And so yeah, that's basically what it is. So Jethro Fro, I am I'm a INFJ, assertive INFJ. Okay. I so you knew that. You are an A then, huh? Oh, that's good. I'm definitely a T. I mean, I'm not, that is what it is. I'm one of the majorities. I've actually asked if it could be switched. If a T could turn into an A, I mean, with the course of their life, is that possible? I suppose it would take a massive amount of self discipline, and they would have to forge themselves. I suppose it could be, but it would depend on their mind, and it would depend on the amount of work that they put into making sure. It would all depend on them. It would take a tremendous amount of work to change themselves to make them more of an assertive, turbulent. I think assertive means that you work really hard on yourself, and turbulence has to work harder. Okay. Well, I think you heard my explanation of what that is. I think um, turbulence just have more of a they just have more of a structured life. The assertives, they're way more structured. They keep themselves in order, which I'm sure it takes work to do so. Yeah, while turbulence are more yeah, they go through their life with a little more of a bothered, troubled mind. in a lot of ways, and they're not as structured. Let's see, Jesse. What do you, I would probably do better living with a man, but I haven't met anyone who matches my standards. Okay, well, okay. I'm assertive, but it takes a lot of work. A lot. Uh-huh. Okay, but Jesse, as far as that goes, if nobody lives up to your standards, that's basically saying you think you're better than everybody. I mean, you're basically saying, well, I'm too good for these guys. They just can't meet it up. You know, sometimes, I mean, you have to kind of find somebody that aligns with you. If you have high standards, if you think a man is just going to be everything, then a lot of times you're going to just overlook and overpick men that are good for you, that are good for you, because you're going to find one little slight flaw of imperfection. You're too much of a perfectionist, and that's going to keep you alone. And but you're gonna convince yourself that you're too good for these guys, and that's your mind telling yourself that. You're gonna totally just make yourself think that. That's called entitlement. That's called basically what it is. Like you're entitled too much. You got to kind of realize that you're a human being. Okay, you're human and you have flaws like everybody else, and you're not more entitled. You don't have more leeway than anybody else. You're on this same playing field, and that might help you to find somebody that aligns more with you. Okay, but a lot of times, see, that's a big red flag. If somebody said that to me, I'd say, whoa. I mean, right away, I just know that, yeah, yeah, that's a red flag. That's that comment to a lot of men. They hear that and say, okay, you know what that is. It's like, okay, she's too good for you. Well, you know what I mean? That's a major red flag right there. Okay. Jethro, I'm turbulent. I need more work. Okay. Uh, hey, I see you, me. Hey, hi. I've been watching for a while. I've been working on being more assertive as well as integrating the shadow side too. It's not an easy thing. Yeah, no, I can imagine. I see you. You were on some of my later broadcasts during the weekend. I remember that. You were up late. You were out there, so that's good to see you back there. And Jethro, I've seen you out here before. I've seen you make comments before. Jesse, I don't believe I've met you, but I'm going to say welcome. Welcome to the show, and I'm glad you're out there. Okay. Yes, thanks. But that's okay. I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss any comments, people. I try to make sure I read them all. Okay, sometimes I get a little bit sidetracked though. All right. But okay. But anyway, thanks. Okay, if you don't work. Oh yeah, if you work on yourself, but people around you don't, then they don't match you, and you are too good sometimes. It's not it's not entitlement. It's not entitlement. Okay, all right, all right. You don't have to agree with everything I say. That's fine. But I mean, a lot of times what I'm saying is sometimes it is. Sometimes people think that they're, all right, I don't want to get too much in that. I have 13 watching now. Good gosh, that's awesome. All right. But bottom line is, I mean, I'm glad we're all here though. So, how is things going though? As far as how is okay? So it is Tuesday. So is everybody out there still working for a living? Are they, or is they got a day off? Or okay. Um, I was disagree. Oh, I was getting ready to read your message, Jethro, and you took the message off. Okay, that's all right. Okay. Um, okay. Let me see. Haha. Typical INFJ thinking. You know what I think. I mean, guys who aren't worthy of me because I'm drawn to narcissists or controlling people. So you think I should lower my standards and accept it? Boy, you're a feisty one, aren't you, Jesse? Oh, you see, yeah. No, listen, you call it lowering standards. I don't say, you call it lowering your standards. I say think more in reality. Think more on your own levels, what I call it. You think you're up here lowering your standards. Like, I'm not saying that. So you're already thinking you're above. Just like I said, you're thinking you're higher than another man. I understand where you're coming from, Jesse. I mean, I think you lived in a society where, you know, we grew up through this world thinking, men shouldn't be put on they shouldn't be higher than or better than. Feminism really did a number on the whole society and culture in this country, and it's really shaped it into this toxic hatred, almost a despising of a man, his opinion, his character, his nature in so many ways. You know what I mean? And so women think that they're above looking down, and they can't lower their standards. They want to find a man, and they say that they won't meet up. I'd say no. I don't say lower your standards. I'd say just understand you're on the same playing field. You might think you're a 10 and you're up here. You're probably just down here. You're like a 6 or maybe even a 4, If anything, you have to lower your own expectations in your mind. I mean, you're thinking you're okay. That's basically it. But again, I don't just because I don't know you enough, I get enough of what you're texting. I have a vibe. I have an idea of what's going on. Okay. Jethro, I wasn't disagreeing, just adding a different aspect. Okay, maybe I read it wrong. Maybe I read it wrong. All right. And I'm going to still say I'm done with being with guys who never show me love, but expect me to do everything for them. I say guys have to try harder. Okay. You know what? This. Have you ever seen some of the content? Sometimes I watch this content, like, and a lot of times these women go on TikTok saying that very same thing, and they're loaded with that. But a lot of times they look very, they're putting their makeup on in front of the mirror, they're recording a video, and they're saying that very same kind of thing. Men need to try harder. Well, the thing is that a lot of times this whole culture right now is just based on it seems like it's against a man. It's so much against a man in so many ways. And we get married, you have kids, and if a woman decides she's not happy in a marriage, she can get divorced, and she ends up with half of the guy's stuff. She ends up with half of his pensions, his mortgage. She might end up with the kids, the house, the car, almost everything, his pensions, and he's living on his own, paying child support for their next 18 some odd years. It seems like it's a bad deal for a guy in so many ways. They work harder. I think they work plenty hard, and then they have to getting taken even further, just because a woman's not happy because her standards say so, even though he's trying the best he can. So a lot of times I think men aren't men aren't approaching. They aren't really pursuing a lot of women nowadays because of that, because there's so much of that kind of mentality, that kind of attitude going on. A lot of times you get these women on these same TikToks saying, why don't men approach anymore? Why don't they ask women out anymore? Yeah, they should shoot their shot. Well, but women were saying for years to leave them alone. They were strong and independent boss babes, and they didn't need a man. Yeah. Here's my thing. If you're strong and independent boss babes and you don't need a man, it's time to start to prove it. You know? I mean, I'm not trying to fight with you, Jesse. I hear what you're saying, but you're sounding a lot like those TikTok videos. That's all. Yeah, but what if we're right? Don't get stuck in a certain thinking pattern because of your past. I hear you, but keep seeing the same, but keep seeing the same thing. All right, but okay. But as far as bring the bow, bring up the bow video. Don't know what that means. Just vagabond. I don't know what that means. Actually, I'm really not sure what that is. But the bow video. I'm sure that's something then, huh? That's got to be a something, right? I would think. Okay, but well, it's good to know that. I mean, we can't always be. Sometimes we're gonna have disagreement here. We're not always gonna be on the same page here. We're not fighting, but it's good opportunity to discuss it right. Well, text isn't optimal, but still, yeah, I'm not trying to fight. Yeah, I don't want to fight. I mean, but I'm not gonna. I want to speak my mind. I mean, if I have a certain opinion on something, I mean, I believe a certain way. Um, that's all. And that's why your very first comment was, how do you deal with stupid people? I said, well, my version of stupid could be different than yours. That's why I said that. Everybody has a different opinion, and it depends on what what your version is. And I kind of knew right away. It's like you can't. That's a broad, sweeping opinion right there. Okay, but anyway, we are. But to get not to get off too much of the subject here. This is basically about our understanding. I guess some of the understanding is relationships. I get that. A lot of the human experience, a lot of INFJs. I mean, obviously, we need relationships too at some point. But when you when you're no longer at peace in a relationship, if somebody does not bring you peace in your life, if it's all about conflict and somebody can't maintain a peace, then it's really not worth it anymore. I think a lot of times that we forgot that because we have a certain drive in us. I mean, typically we want relationships. Yeah, we want to be with somebody. We want somebody in our life. Yeah, that's typical. But at what cost? If somebody else is just not going to is just going to demand more and expect more out of you and expect you to work harder, and that's taking away your peace, taking away your solace. I mean, wives and girlfriends should offer a sense of peace to a man, and a man should offer peace to a woman. That's part of what a relationship is. There's a completionness, a wholeness. But a lot of times the attitude nowadays is there's no peace. In fact, they offer more chaos. In fact, they thrive on just negativity, just because the way that I don't know. It just seems like that. You took another you took another message down there. That's okay. That's okay. But yeah, that's where we are in this country right now, though. But like I said, but not to get too far off the point here. This is still about our personality here. This is still about you know INFJs. If anybody has any kind of comments, anything about like their personality type, as far as their maybe something that they're struggling with or anything like that, any kind of. But if not, yeah, we'll just we can talk about things. I'm also going to respond to things you're coming up with on the messages as well. That's all. But what is the bow video? I'm gonna have to figure that out. El Vagabond, you got to tell me what the bow video is. Maybe where do you find that? Is that on YouTube somewhere? And what is that exactly? Maybe I'll have to. Maybe after this broadcast, I'll have to look that up. The bow video, huh? Whatever that is. Okay. Yeah. Uh, yeah. But back to basically what I was talking about before is. Okay, wait, let me see what you said. I think many of us actually feel the same if we discuss it openly, but we are obscured by our past experiences. That is why I think the MBTI is showing our way of coping in life. Bow as in bow. Oh, bowing to a bow. You mean like bowing? Bowing to a king? Oh, bowing. The bowing king. Oh, is that what you mean? Oh, okay. You said like bow, like a bow and arrow, you know what I mean? Okay. I think you mean bow, like bow to a king. That's what you meant, right? I don't know if it's BOW. Isn't that pronounced differently than that? Um, so yeah, but we're but as far as the channel goes, now I'm trying to think of stuff here. As far as the channel goes, I just look, people. Maybe we can bring this up to 800 today. What do you think? Huh? Hey, we gained another subscriber. As at some point when I started the broadcast, I was at 797. Now it is 798. Can we go for two more? Hey, can I be? How about I be the auctioneer? How about I say, hey, how about one more? How about one more subscriber? Yeah, I'm kidding. See, I can't be. I don't want to be an auctioneer. Stop. Hey, scrub that. Can I get rid of what I just said? I got a sense of humor too. I really do. I can be funny sometimes. At least I can feel funny. You know what I mean? But No, yeah, maybe we get that. Maybe as we hang around here, we get somebody coming on in here, and if they'd like to subscribe and check out some more of the content, check out some more of the channel and the depth of this channel here, I would be that would be great. My goal is to get up to 800, and then after 800, go to 900, and whatever it means. But it's got to be one subscriber at a time, though. We're two away from that 800 mark, so. Maybe we gotta have a telethon for the 800th subscriber. All right. Gosh, I think it's getting deep now, isn't it, people? Huh? Okay. But yeah. So if anybody has anything they'd like to add to this conversation here. Okay, Jethro, the system is built to make it harder for us to understand each other. That is why knowing and understanding ourselves is more important than ever. Yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, but you know what? That's a good one, Jethro. But a lot of times is we also have to learn with what we've been indoctrinated as to. I'm actually going to release a video in the my next video coming out. I still have some things. I got to thumbnail it, and I got to still edit it, but it's in there ready to be released. And it talks a lot about basically how a lot of times INFJs conflict in their mind, especially when they conflict through their lives because they're trying to recapture their authentic selves. We have an authentic self, We have an actual part of us that is literally just what we're born to know. And a lot of times through our life, I mean, all of us, we're pretty much taken away from that. We're kind of deprogrammed and reprogrammed by society, by the education system, by teachers, by schools, by our peers, and by just social media even has a lot to do with it. Just the way, even television, just media, television, just opinions, and a lot of times we're shaped, and so many times in the world we're kind of taken away from our authentic self and our authentic way that we were supposed to have lived our life, and we start thinking different. We start thinking the way the world has programmed us and reprogrammed us into thinking, and we conflict with that. As an INFJ, we are very heightened with our introverted intuition. We're inside, internal, always introspecting, retrospecting our life, and a lot of times we're trying to figure ourselves out, and a lot of times because we've been subject to what we've been turned into. When we all have at an early time in our life, we've been subject to this, and we become inauthentic. Okay, basically, Carl Jung said there was an authentication of a consciousness, of a personality that was all part of their development that we all are geared to find, and through our life, we're taken away from that. We're turned into somebody else. The way we think, our logic, our reasoning. And a lot of times our own conflicts is because we're trying to re-authenticate. That's why we go into our isolations and we try to self-improve. We try to basically go within ourselves when we need to isolate because we want nothing more than the quietness of our own thoughts, of our own mind in order to heal again because we're trying to re-authenticate ourselves. But again, people, this takes a lifetime. This takes a lifetime, and it's in stages. It's in stages, and of course, there are many points in our life where we find these kind of stages in our life, and a lot of times it's kind of similar to, like, let's say how animals, basically how they shed, they molt, they evolve when they grow. They go through stages in their life. I mean, we could use this like a stage of an insect, any insect. Insects have stages of their life. They start off as that. Obviously, they're laid as from an egg, from the mother or parent, right? And of course, they incubate, they hatch, and they turn into that pupa. The pupa is that first stage, and in some cases, it's like in a fly, it's that small worm, like the maggot, that's the first stage of it. And this is the eating place. This is the stage where it eats and it forges and it tries to eat as much as it can. And then there's a code that goes on in there that turns it into that chrysalis, that cocoon. And then it stays in there for a couple of weeks or whatever it might take, and then it metamorphoses into that fly. So there are stages in the insect. Now you could come up with many different examples from nature, from history, from science on how the world works. Now we do this. Now human beings are a manifestation of these kind of things going on, that this kind of nature, but we do this internally, spiritually, in our mind. We do this in our thought process. And a lot of times through our life, I mean, when we're younger, we're basically that grub stage of our life, and we're trying to, but that's usually you're vulnerable, you know. But you have to eventually enter that chrysalis and metamorphose into your actualization, your true self. And this takes a lifetime of realizations, and just takes a lifetime of discoveries within yourself. Okay, and that's why it is. It's not something that happens overnight. This is a lifetime. But my point is that a lot of times I've started to realize that our conflict as INFJs are because we are being taken away from our own actual selves, our own authentic selves. So we are trying to re-authenticate through the course of our lifetime. Okay. Well, basically, my next video is basically about that. Okay, that was the gist of it. I didn't give it away too much, but I still have to come up with a title for that. I believe it was something about how INFJs can find their authentic self. It's going to be the next video. Maybe you'd be interested in that one. All right, what do we have here? Jesse, I think you had one, Jeff Bro. What did we do here? The system is built to make it harder for us to understand. Okay, I seen that. I remember that one. Jesse, INFJs cope by becoming people pleasers and perfectionists. INFP by building their own inner sanctuary. ENTJ by not feeling and pushing the feelings on other people, and so on. Okay. Okay, yeah, those are very stereotypes. Those are stereotype things there. Talk about the people pleasers and perfectionists. INTPs by building their own inner sanctuary. Yeah, those are very stereotypical things right there. For the most part, INFJs, they can be people pleasers, but at the same time, they can be very blunt and direct, and they will speak their mind when they need to as well. I mean, yeah, they like to know that people are in harmony. Yes, I'll agree with you there. I mean, I think INFJs typically like to know they like structure and harmony within other people around them. They like to make sure that people are yeah, in that state. But at the same time, I mean, they should, and the most of them will speak their mind if need be. And so they're kind of you didn't throw that in there too, is that there's a side of the INFJ that's very direct, very, very logical, and very, very surgical in who they are. And if they see somebody saying something that's completely off pattern, they'll weigh in, and they won't just be there to please. They're not going to just appease. There's a difference between pleasing somebody and appeasing somebody as well. They're not appeasers. Maybe they're sometimes people pleasers, but not appeasers. Yeah, I hope I said that right. But like I said, that's somewhat. I've seen some of those said too. Those are just very like I said. I found myself in a lucid dream, Jesse, living on a cottage in a forest with a whole zoo of animals. Oh, okay. That's quite a dream. And Jethro, yeah, the more you authentically you're authentically yourself, the better you feel no matter what happens to you. You don't get stuck in much in putting out your authenticity to the world. Very deep there, Jethro, yeah. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. The more authentic you find in yourself, the more you are, the less conflict you have, because you're becoming your real self. Your actualization. You're authenticating yourself and becoming your real self. Yeah, our conflict happens when we are not, when we're trying to be something that we're not, or what we've been kind of steered into. And a lot of times, that's what our conflict comes from too. A lot of times we don't know that's what our conflict is that we're trying to re-authenticate as well. Yeah, but the stereotypical traits are showing how we cope, IMO, with all we have different ways of coping since childhood that shows our genetic disposition. Okay. Well, just trying to figure out, yeah, I mean, childhood trauma and genetic dispositions. Okay. We're gonna, as an INFJ, do you think about our dark humor? uh, uh, in my opinion. Okay, yeah, all right, yes, I knew that was my opinion. As an INFJ, do you think about our dark humor? Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there's a humor there. I mean, I know I got a humor side, but give me 1 second, people. I want to close my drapes. Or is it getting? It's getting a little dark here. Hold on. Let's close these. All right. I know in about 5 minutes it's going to be pitch black out there, and if anybody walks through my yard, they'll see me in here on talking into a camera. That's okay. I don't care about that. I don't care. I just want to make sure it's not distracting. It gets. I think there's a new moon tonight. It's probably going to be pitch black out here in the U.S. of A. That is. Oh, speaking of that, I mean, I would imagine most of us are probably USA here. I mean, Jethro, if I remember right, you from Michigan? Somebody was from Michigan, somebody was. And I'm trying to remember El Vagabond. Maybe he was from Michigan. I think, I can't remember. Everybody's from different places around here. Okay. I always shut my drapes when I record just in case anyone sees. Well, I just did that because it's getting dark too. You know what I mean? I don't do it when it's light. When it's light out, it's fine. I shut them because honestly, when it's dark, I don't like because the lights are on. Then they can see everything in the house. When it's light out, they can't see in there. But I'd rather just oh, Iowa. Oh, you're from Iowa. That's right. Uh, Iowa. I think maybe you've told me that before. I mean, I kind of remember that. I thought it was somewhere. Somebody was from Michigan before, but Iowa. I would believe you're in the Central Time Zone. You're probably an hour. You're an hour ahead of me or behind. So what is it? It is 5:30. It's 4:30 for you, right? Yeah, must be. So okay. But as far as the dark sense of humor, yeah, I think we definitely have a dark sense of humor, no doubt about it. Yes. Okay. Yeah, Iowa. Let's say that Iowa, Des Moines, that is the capital. That's what I know. I knew that about Des Moines, Iowa, is the big capital over there. And also, I believe I know that one thing. Yeah, that's where they basically based the Field of Dreams from, right? That was one of my favorite movies, Field of Dreams. I don't know if they filmed it in Iowa. They might have. It was about the cornfield, and remember that? Why did why did little Timmy drop his ice cream cone? Uh, he was hit by a bus. That's you know, is that your version of dark humor there? That's that's dark. Uh, okay. Anybody find that funny? I know that's kind of a morbid thing. I mean, the poor kid got hit by a bus, but he dropped his ice cream. Okay, that's not supposed to be funny, but somehow it is, isn't it? Man, that's a good. That is okay. That's one of your examples of dark humor right there. You know, a vagabond. You got dark humor, don't you? You got a dark one. Did you just make that up? I've never heard that before. Hey, you're laughing. Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm not supposed to be. That's one of those like you're not supposed to be, but you can't help but like, wait a minute, why did he drop his ice cream cone? He got hit by a bus. Oh my gosh. Let's hope that that's not based on what really happened. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're. um, but anyway, yeah, that's we're having an interesting live here, folks. We're going all over the place today. It seems like we're just going everywhere today. Now we're talking. Now we're cracking jokes on this show here. I mean, that's funny right there, though. All right, all right. I just you caught me off guard a little bit, just throwing that out. Listen, I have a sense of humor. I mean, gosh, I think I laugh at stuff. Sometimes I think a joke has to make you think. It's got to at least it's got to it's got to stimulate your intelligence as well. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's kind of funny right there. I guess that's one of those jokes you could. That's not even a dad joke because a dad wouldn't tell that. Dad jokes are more like for instance, how does an Eskimo build his house? You know, he glues it together. See, igloo together. No, see, that's like a bad dad joke. I know you can't call that dark humor, but that's more like that. It's kind of simple, lighthearted, like a kid would laugh at it. But not only kids. I mean, you kind of think about it, but it's that's one of those kind of things. But all right. But yeah, we're doing well. We're doing well here on the channel here. Like I said, hey, we're still at 98. Okay, that's fine. All right. But bottom line is, we are still as far as the state of the union, as far as the state of the basically of the channel. Yeah, we're doing very well. Now, what I think really helps the channel out and helps me out as well, helps us all out, is the fact that we do these lives. They try to recommend. They try to really, even YouTube tries to steer the fact that you got to do live broadcasts quite a bit. Not enough when you can. And I've been noticing too that I'm very like I said, I'm grateful in a lot of ways because these lives they kind of they pique interest, they reach out a little bit. People tend to look, they funnel in, they funnel out. Some hang around. I mean, you got 11 watching now. We're up to like 13, so yeah, it's good. But bottom line is, it's good for everything all around. It really is. So. I got to tell you, folks, I looked in the mirror today and I saw how long my hair's getting and how long my beard's getting, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm almost waiting for spring. Typically, I wait for springtime, and I like to cut my hair, but it's getting close. It's getting real close. If you look in some of my earlier videos, I'm clean cut, clean shaven, got a clean cut mustache. I typically look like that. I don't usually have the big old scruff going, but sometimes I do. But I'm looking at it now, saying, "My gosh, I'm getting scruffy here." But but the thing is, I mean, guys, the beard started coming in full. I think this is almost as long as it's ever been. Yeah, I'm almost curious to know if I can get it down to my mid chest. It might take me 3 years, though, right? Oh, fine. I'll subscribe. Well, yeah. Well, thank you, Jesse. Uh, I. All right. All right. So, yeah, OFC. It's not like INFJs are all good. Anyone can be a horrible tyrant. What does that mean? It's not like all INFs. Oh, I get it. Oh, anyone. It's not like all INFJs are good. Anyone can be a horrible tyrant. Really? You mean like the Fuhrer? You mean like that guy from Germany in the 30s? Yeah, yeah, he was an INFJ. Yeah, I don't know if you knew that or not, but we could talk about that. You want to talk about the dark side of the INFJ, and then sometimes you start realizing that when you realize that we've got Adolf in our camp. Well, so they say anyway. I mean, I can imagine a team of psychologists or somebody. You got to figure they had to study this guy's psyche and figured out what caused him to be what he was. They looked extensively into his life, and yeah. But this whole MBTI type wasn't even really around about the time, or it was just being discovered. Carl Jung didn't really come up with the alignments fully, and it certainly wasn't implemented at the time he was around. So of course they had to research his whole history, but they determined he was an INFJ, but obviously a very troubled, very unhealthy INFJ. But he also was a dark INFJ. He he had all the he had all the skills. I mean, yeah, the guy was introverted. He used to like to go up into like the mountains. He had his own retreat high up in the mountains, and they had like these tunnels and these massive fortresses built for him. And of course, he was protected and all that. And he spent a lot of time up there. I'm thinking he spent a lot of time alone up there. He had to have. He must have had his alone bouts too. But of course, he was intuitive and a high planner. He was a judger. You kind of knew that because look at what he planned. I mean, he was planning out the entire war as far as World War II goes, and he was implemented his whole plan. He had planned years ahead of time, building up these armies for years, just setting these armies into motion, building up millions of men for their armies and tanks and bombs and planes and all of that. He was stockpiling these things. Even when they had signed the Geneva Convention or some kind of an agreement. I don't think it was Geneva Convention. No, it was before that. Excuse me. I didn't say that. Um, it was some kind of a pact after World War One where they could not build up an army. Germany was considered an aggressor, so he was doing that basically under the well, whatever it was, the agreement that they signed with other countries around them. But bottom line is, he planned. He was a long term planner. Not to mention that he was overseeing a massive Germania, a massive. He wanted the Germania to be the capital of the world. Yeah, and he saw this 1,000 year Reich, like the Roman Empire, like the Egyptian Empire. He meant it. He imagined all these things into Germania, like these obelisks and these statues, the way they did in like the pyramids in Gaza, like the Sphinx, like these obelisks that were ruins now. Same thing with Rome, these colosseums. He was imagining these things. So he was a long-term visionary. I mean, a massive long-term visionary, which is, of course, very common with the INFJ, that long-term planning. But the thing was also, he had that FE, and he could mesmerize masses of people. He could stand up on that podium and shout and yell, and he had those eyes, and he would hammer the podium, and he would yell, and he would just get his message across, and he'd get thousands of people at a time cheering for him. Then matter of fact, I mean, millions. And these people went on to do his bidding, basically. He convinced these people that they were doing the right thing, that he massively brainwashed just basically an entire population. So that was a dark INFJ. And yeah, you look at the history of that, and that was basically um, how kind of a dark INFJ works. But of course, that was on an extreme level. That was a very extreme level. But I think a lot of times I've had people mention that he took like amphetamines and he was on like painkillers and drugs, which might have twisted his mind a little bit, had a lot to do with it. But bottom line is, yeah, he had all the traits. In my personal opinion, okay, what do we got here? Um, yes, INFJs are good. I meant the previous, yeah. But also, looking at the Avengers is an INFJ. Oh, I'm on his mischievous side. Oh, the Avengers. I don't know who those are. I think that's like is that a kid show? It's six. How much in common? It's sick how much in common today's business is. In my personal opinion, but I think INFJs are the least of all personalities to be evil. They can be, but very few. No, that's a good point. I think, no, you're right. I mean, occasionally, I mean, gosh, we're all human beings and we're all subject to that. Yeah, of course we are. I mean, we're not exempt from that. We're as human as anything, but for the most part, the way we're built, yeah, we introspect a lot of times, and a lot of times we see us going down a certain road. Now, this is my journey, and the way you've answered that question, Jethro, I'm sure that you understand that too. You introspect, that you correct yourself. You don't want to be that type, so you'll end up looking within yourself, and a lot of times you pull back and say, I don't want to turn into this. I see where I'm going. Yeah, and a lot of times we do that, and I've done that many times in my life. And I think a lot of times that's part of our bunker zone. We see ourselves going that way. We see a lot of times where our we're being led, and yeah, we correct ourselves. That's all part of our development through our work, through our life. But also, I think that we um, we tend to. Oh man, I was just going to say something. I just had a thought I was going to say. I mean, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to stay in line with what we were talking about. Um, I think a lot of times, I think our introspection, and because a lot of times, if we spend too much time and don't get our alone time, a lot of times these things can come out at us. A lot of times, if we're in if we don't get rest, if we don't get our alone time, and we're in these situations and we don't allow it or we don't understand it, or just a lot of times we get bitter, angry, irritable. In fact, sometimes we can turn wicked in some ways when we don't have enough rest, when we don't have enough of our alone time. This is one of the repercussions of not getting that. I mean, yes, we'll be exhausted. We'll be basically emotionally emaciated in some ways, spiritually emaciated, and a lot of times we get irritable, snappy. In fact, we might even make decisions that are destructive in that way too. It can happen. Not to say it does, but it can. That's why it's so important to remain to have that time alone, is because it can lead you there. Whether or not Adolf Hitler was using amphetamines as a kind of a stimulant to keep him awake, maybe I don't know what kind of alone time he took or how much he did, but I mean, running a whole country has to require him to be hands on at some point. I mean, did he overdo it? I don't know. But I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that, yeah, he just had such a troubled life in so many ways as well, and he took it out. He took it out on an entire people. Basically, he took an entire group of people, and he basically went beyond what normally would be a door slam, where you just eliminate somebody from your life. Let's say you shut the door on somebody who has wronged you enough times, and you have nothing to do with them, right? Well, think about just taking a mass of people that you want nothing to do with, but you want to completely annihilate them. You see, that's an extreme level of a door slam in a sense. That's that same mentality, and but you completely are going to basically genocide everyone that disagrees with you, anyone that you deem to be who you don't want in your life. You know, you don't just avoid them. You don't just not see them anymore. You want them eliminated. That was as deep as it got. That's how dark it got. Yeah. Okay. It's not a kid show. It's for nerds. Oh, okay. So I didn't know that. It's my personal. Okay. Yeah, we still need and crave introspection. Exactly. Yeah. No, we do need to do that. We do need to definitely find our find our alone time and things like that. That's all. Right. Okay. 10. We got 10 watching. I started this 107 minutes ago. 107 minutes, 60. Okay, that's about an hour and gosh, that's about an hour and a little over 90. That's a little over an hour and a half. That's getting close to 2 hours. Not quite 2 hours. Yeah, that's still pretty good. All right. Yeah. But as far as yeah, that'd be an interesting. Maybe that'd be a good video like someday to just basically say like you have to kind of point out the dark side. And I mean, because you can imagine, I mean, yeah, like I said, Adolf Hitler was studied by many times over, and they had to figure out his psychology. Usually, that's what they do. Somebody that's out of the ordinary. You get some of these crazy, ever see Criminal Minds where they have these whole team of psychologists that try to piece together who the unsub was. You know what I mean? They know something's happening and they go to that city and they start getting clues and they start profiling these unsubs based on what they understand about how they're doing it, just by the evidence, and almost coming up with basically a personality type. Not they don't call it that. They just call it a profile. They just call it, but they probably work in somewhat of the MBTI in there. They try to see, they can determine on how somebody, the evidence they got, whether or not they were random, were they just, let's say, um, like I said, not a planner, but what is that? Just like random. What's that word for that? Gosh, compulsive, just compulsive. Yeah, like just doing something without a plan. A lot of times you can see if somebody didn't plan out where they were going to hide something like a body or something on these criminal minds. You know what I mean? Or did they methodically plan out, or the way they might have done certain things? They can tell whether they were planner types or whether they were spontaneous types. So they get a lot of information just on the evidence. Then they start piecing together like what type of occupation they could be in, what they'd be like, whether they're introverted or extroverted, where they might be hanging around, or maybe they're the types that just spend a lot of time alone. Things like that, just on that. That's what Criminal Minds did. And I think a lot of times, yeah, that led me into like how they must have studied Adolf Hitler in a lot of ways, or some of these these people from history, like these really bad criminals. I'm talking the real bad ones. They try to criminally profile how their mind went there and how they did what they did. I can imagine. It's getting late here, so I should sleep. But it was nice stopping to be misunderstood. Okay. I can explain my thoughts in short text, so it's given too complex. Well, thank you for stopping by, Jesse. Have a good night. Have nice dreams and dream about that little cottage out in the woods, and dream about that little farm you got going on there too. Okay. I hope you have a good night. Okay. But okay. But anyway, that's what that. But I guess that steered me in a little bit into just a discussion there. So, but well, it's late wherever she is. I want to imagine that. Well, I don't know. I never asked. Sometimes I like to ask where people are from. Sometimes they say, sometimes people tell me. They don't always have to. They just give me a little bit of maybe they tell me the country they're from or the state. If they're from the States, what state they're from. I mean, I'm from New Hampshire. I don't have any problem with that. I'll tell you, but from the great state of New Hampshire here in the Northeast. And I live in a small town, a small rural town. In fact, I strategically picked a little town. I bought a house out in a small town. That's just it's rural. It's beautiful. But what I like about it is that I almost feel like if you live in a big city, I think I made a video about this. Is that a lot of times I think being that we're empaths, a lot of times with INFJs, well, maybe it's just me. I'm going to base this on my thought process. Is that a lot of times I think that being that we're empaths, and if we live in a city with a high population, let's say you just live in a big city, let's say it's Boston or Chicago, or maybe even a suburban town. It doesn't have to be a major city, just a big city with a high, population like content, in a short radius, you know. And you live in an apartment. You got people living next to you. Maybe you have people living above you, down below you, maybe next to you. Sometimes you can hear things through the walls in these apartments. Occasionally you might hear talking, or you hear arguments going on. You hear things going on outside, but it's kind of within your realm to pick these senses up, to pick up these emotions, to always be picking up vibes. And sometimes they may or may not be good vibes. Maybe they're not always necessarily like positive ones, and maybe they're those negative emotions. Now, if you're an INFJ and you're subject to this and you're an empath and you're living in a big city and you start feeling that you're in an apartment building, like I said, where you're picking up different emotion from your fellow tenants. Oh, I'm getting a phone call here, folks. Don't worry about it. Just a second here, people. All right. I don't think that was anybody. Oh, there's a nice close up of my beard there for a second. Do forgive me, people. I just had to hang up the phone there. But yeah, we a lot of times I think that's an instinctively INFJs, depending on who you are. I just know that's like I said, that's how I was. I wanted to be far away from like like a big city. I felt like we instinctively pick up all these energies. I mean, we're in close proximity to other people a lot, And that may have a big effect on our mental health in a lot of ways. I mean, after all, introverts, intuitives are particularly sensitive in their mind, their emotions and things, with because they have their empathy, right? And yeah, so you're living in a big city, and you might start picking up on these emotions, these things around you, you know, and so you're in close proximity, and it could have an effect on you. So I guess my point was is that it seems that I've always been drawn to wanting to live on the outskirts. I never wanted to live in a big city. I mean, when I was a kid, when I was much younger, I grew up in a town outside of Boston. I said Boston earlier, but yeah, I mean, I was in a city just north of Boston, right on the coast, called Lynn, Massachusetts, if you've ever heard of it or not. Now, just outside of Boston. But it was a rough city. It was rough. And I grew up there, but I learned a lot about psychology, learned a lot about human nature, learned a lot about people by just being there. I'm being called again. Hold on just a second, people. All right. I think that's just I don't I that was a area code I did not recognize, so I'm not going to worry about that. I think that was the same number calling me back. But sometimes, well, but so I grew up in Lynn, Massachusetts, and like I said, it was a kind of a town that was it was a rough town. It had rough schools. I remember it was a rough school going to school. It was always it was a battle. We had the battle kids that were just bigger than you that just wanted to push you around just because they wanted to. We all been to school, and the only thing was either you could take it and keep taking it and get beat up every day, or you had no choice but to shove back harder. And eventually, you can only take so much of one or the other. So I mean, so I grew up in a city like that. But as I grew up and got older, I said I don't want to do that anymore. I'm going to find a small town to live in. You see. So I think we gravitate more towards just that. We want to eventually try to find our own small town. Let's say just kind of gravitate toward being in our own area that we can control. But that was me. That's the way I thought, and that was best for my situation. So that's what I did. So, all right. But okay, looks like we haven't. Okay, I had some comments earlier. Oh, we're up to 799. That must have been Jesse. Jesse, thank you for subscribing. If you're still out there, she said she would, and I see the number one up. One away from 800 subscribers. How about that? It would be nice. We get one more subscriber today, and we'll throw a little celebration. We'll all have a drink, a Poland Springs water, that is. And on your end, if you want to pop your champagne, or if you want to take a shot of your Jack, or whatever it is that you want to take a drink of, by all means. I'm gonna stick to my water, but we'll do that, okay? We'll have a little celebration for 800. I'm still a small channel, people. I'm not even at that 1,000 mark yet. But again, I mean, this is part of my way of just forging on to being just to getting out there. You know, I like to think that my message is received somewhere. That's all. Okay. All right. So if anybody's out there, I have eight watching. Hello, eight watching. How are you? If you have any questions, if you have anything you'd like to add, if you have any comments, any questions about maybe if you got an issue, you got something bugging you, you got something bother eating at you a little bit. Listen, I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a therapist, I'm not really a certified um, therapist. I'll be honest with you, but I do listen. All I can say is I like to listen to people, and I mean I just I base my life experiences is a lot of what my experience is and how I relate to you and how I would answer your question. That's all. And I think I've had quite a life. I've had a lot of ups and downs in my life that give me some insight, give me some wisdom into the basically the human animal, and figuring ourselves out and offer some insight. That's all I can do. That's all I can really offer you. But I'm there if you'd like to add something. That's all. Otherwise, I'll hang out for a little bit longer. That's all. Well, if we can hang out long enough to get to our 800, If anybody wants to do that, if not, no pressure. Obviously, I don't want to pressure anybody for that. I'm just kind of okay. Let's see one more time. I'm looking. Yeah, we're at 799. Yeah, okay. But if anybody hasn't seen my channel before, yeah, like I said, this is the channel about what it is, INFJ Experience, and yes, I cover the MBTI type, the INFJ here of it, like I said before, and I like to think that we have a. I like to think of this as a sanctuary. I didn't say that on this particular broadcast. I've said that in the past. Where what's a sanctuary? You know, it's a safe haven. It's a place you go where you feel like you just you can feel safe, you can feel protected, you can feel like nobody's going to harm you. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to you know everybody's going to have your best interest. That's what a safe haven is. That's what a sanctuary is basically. So if you if you think of it that way, then yeah, I would imagine it would, it kind of gives it a little bit more of a good feeling. I don't know why I just said that. A lot of times I think to myself, I gotta say something. Yeah, I mean, listen, people, I gotta talk. You're listening to me for a reason. I gotta talk about something. I can't just sit here, pause for 10 seconds, and all of a sudden everybody goes away. So I gotta think about something. No, but basically my channel is about, like I said, it's about the INFJ personality type, and it's about our type. And it's basically just about figuring ourselves out, and it's so we can live a better life, and so we can start understanding ourselves. Basically, I started this channel because of that very fact. Is because we it did well for me by finding out who I was and my type, and because I found out from this algorithm on YouTube my personality type, and that's what drew me in. It drew me in, and I started watching videos. Matter of fact, that very first video I watched was so much like me. I started watching another one and another one. And I thought, okay. And then I started looking at other contents from other channels, from other creators. Some of those AI ones that are just very generic, where they show just people walking around and people kind of talking. They're generic. Those, and then they talk. A lot of those made sense. Then there was this one. I don't even think this channel's on anymore. There was one called um, the Mind Nation, and it covered the INFJ experience. So it covered the INFJ personality, and some of these videos were so incredibly vivid that they were so dead on. I thought, oh my gosh! I mean, it's like really. It almost opened my eyes to think, you mean that's just a type? This is just a personality? I thought that was just me. Because a lot of times we think we're all alone in this world and there's nobody else like us because we're so rare. We're only 1 to 2% of the population. And so being that we're so rare, we almost never bump into somebody like us and we never experience another INFJ like us ever. And so we may think we're all alone. Then you start seeing these videos, they start becoming vividly accurate. At one point, I got to tell you, people, there was at one point I started crying. I mean, in like bitter, sobbing tears. I mean, weeping on a video because it was so vividly accurate, and I couldn't believe that I found a personality that aligned with me. And I thought there's other people like this. This is just a rare personality. I have this. And that's when I realized I was going to start learning more and more about this. I wanted to find out if I'm learning this, then this is going to be some kind of a massive puzzle piece that's going to help me figure my mind out, figure myself out here. So I started watching more and more videos here on YouTube. Again, it was all here on YouTube. Watched more and more of them, started understanding more about myself. And then I started, just like I said, really watching my own mind, just kind of figuring out, like almost studying, like almost like doing a self study on my mind. As I just, for months, it seemed like years, at least a year, good year, where I just kind of was watching how I did things, how I made decisions, how I reacted, The things that I prefer doing, and I realized, am I doing this because I'm thinking it's because of these videos I'm watching, or is it just me instinctively doing it? I thought, yeah, but this is natural. I'm not doing this because I'm being influenced by any video. This is me just doing this. This is me just acting this way. So I did that. I did that. It seemed for, like I said, at least a year, give or take. I can't remember, maybe a little more. Finally, I took the test, and turns out I found an accurate one. It was right. I was. And so finally, I just realized I was, you know, that I was truly that. And I thought, okay, now I've realized it's helping me out. It actually led me to my awakening as well. I realized too, I heard about this whole awakening and how we're meant to find our true authentic self. And I've started understanding what Carl Jung was talking about. Talking about actualization and about the dark night of the soul. In fact, Wen's actually talked about that. I'll give her credit for that. She does have this boot camp thing where she talks about this dark night of the soul, discovering yourself. If anybody's ever heard of Wen's. And so I thought she used to talk about you had to face the pain. You have to let it be there. You have to go through a bout of suffering. You have to kind of let those tears flow instead of escaping them. And it seemed like months went by, and I let them flow. I mean, there were random times I'd be working in the middle of the night and things would start happening. I'd start having visions of things I did in the past. Things would bubble up in my head. Or just randomly, I'd feel like vapid, empty. Um, and I felt like I had to face it. But the bottom line is I had to face it. I had to let it be there. You have to let the pain kind of just take you. You have to let the tears flow for as long as it takes. But bottom line is at the end of this journey, after the end of this, you finally start finding a level of peace. One day it's like you realize you don't feel empty anymore. You don't feel those vapid feelings anymore. You don't feel like you're not crying anymore. You're not reaching anymore. You feel like you're complete. You feel like you don't need. You feel like you're whole. You're alone, but you're not alone. You see, you're by yourself, but you're not alone anymore. You can stand yourself now. You feel complete in your heart. It's like you've found a level of grace, in a sense. That was the awakening I had actually led to, and I felt like that's what happened. And then it seemed like it was consistent. It felt like, I mean, I still feel like myself. I'm still myself. I just felt a level of like completion. And so I managed, I realized I remember thinking, okay, it's time to start a channel. Why not? I want to get into YouTube. What do I do? I was trying to think of a niche to do. I thought of a couple of different things. I knew I wanted to go with something in psychology, something about the human mind, the human animal. I says, why not just do an INFJ video, an INFJ channel? So I did. So then that's when I came up with it. And and it was from day one. Now, if you ever want to see, if any people are interested, if you ever want to go into like my channel page and look at my very first videos, I think I have the one called the inaugural video. Now, what I ended up doing was I thought I was going to start early on. I wasn't really editing any of them. Anything that I was paused or if I stuttered, I I didn't edit it. I didn't start editing until about 2 months after. I started realizing I started editing them, things like that. But some of those early ones I didn't. But the first one I started to edit it. So it may look like it's a little bit edited, but it wasn't originally. But it's just basically me telling stories about how I found the MBTI, basically what I'm telling you right now, and how it helped me along and things like that. That's all. But it is beneficial. But my story, my point is that it is very important to understand who you are and your type, and it really does help you. It does not cure you. It's not like I'm cured. Hey, no, it doesn't do that. But at least it gives you a major, massive puzzle piece into your life, into your mind, into the way you think and how you reason things. It really does. It's a massive puzzle piece that you were looking for most of your life. All right, I got a couple of comments here I'd like to look at here. What do we got here? Okay, INFPs. Okay, we have Rediscovery Witch, AP7. Well, hello there. That's Now, I got to say, that's a name I don't recognize, but hello and welcome. APA, and INFP here. Okay. Feel very alone, but feel like an INFJ understands. Feel like INFJs understand me pretty well. I've heard that said before. You know what? A lot of times that's why I say introverted intuitive types. I think INs in particular are very similar. I mean, yeah, we're a couple of functions off. We might have mixed functions. I know what the perceiver type isn't so much the judger. I know they're a little more on the spontaneous things like that. But I mean, you're still an FP. Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of similarities, and there's a lot of understanding there. But yeah, I'm sure INFPs have a lot of deep introspections as well. I actually, that's another thing. I'm glad you brought that up. I actually had to narrow down in my search and find out, am I INFP? Am I INFJ? Am I INTJ? INTP? Whatever it was. I knew I was introverted intuitive. I actually started looking at other videos and trying to figure out how I thought and thought, well, maybe I'm more aligned with this. So I kind of had to narrow down other personality types because I still wasn't sure exactly if I was that. So I was thorough in that whole thing about that whole process I was talking about, how I spent the year just studying my mind and how I thought. I was trying to narrow down also other types and made sure that I funneled it down to one that I particularly aligned with. And I mean, it took me a long time to completely be convinced what type I was. But I hope, yeah. But but the thing is, so you understand this pretty well. So whatever I'm saying, you kind of are in alignment with. Okay, all right. Well, I'm hoping that that gives you a little bit of something to, yeah, if you know, and if I can ever help you out with something, yeah, I'd be glad to. If you ever have any questions about things, yeah. Okay, Jethro. Let's see, we got here. There is a channel called Interesting Psychology. Really awesome INFJ channel. I've seen different stuff like that. Is that those? There's a lot of them that do the AI and things like that. And I've seen a few different ones. Occasionally, I flip around and I catch those, but I've seen different ones. But yeah, they do a lot of different descriptions. And sometimes I wonder, sometimes I hear the voice though, and they're AI voices. And I wonder, are they supposed to do that anymore? I know YouTube did something where they changed the rules about these AI channels. I don't know how exactly that affects things. I like to, I'm not that advanced in my technology. It's just me. But but the thing is, yeah, they go really thorough in some of the descriptions on how the psychology works, things like that. Some of them are very very thorough. And when they start talking, like I said, it's like it sounds almost too perfect. Like they never make a mistake, they never stutter, they never pause. It's like it's too much, too perfect to be. I'm going to start a channel soon. Jethro, are you? All right. Well, Jethro, I tell you what, you start now. Are you going to start a channel like this one, or you have another niche you want to go with? I mean, I'm just asking if you have another particular interest, unless you're going with psychology, unless you're going with ours. But just curious. Yes, INFJ. Hey, cool, man. All right, all right. Well, you got to let me know. You got to let me know. Maybe I'll just happen to see it on an algorithm. All right, and how will I know if what are you going to call it? I mean, you're not going to call it your handle there. You're going to have to let me know. Maybe some live or let me know. As you do, let me know the name of it. Let me know what to look for. And if you start it and start looking, I'll check it out, okay? Oh well. And if anybody else heard that, yeah, there you go. Jethro's going to start his own channel for anybody else who heard that as well, okay? That's awesome. There you go. No, it doesn't take much. I mean, you just have to. I don't know if anybody here has a YouTube channel. I mean, a lot of it is just, I might call it personality pill. Personality pill. All right. There you go. Um, there you go. Personality pill. Hey, that's interesting. Hey, that's unique. Got to give it that much. But no, what was I saying just before he I was just gonna say something before he did that, but No, about the channel, about starting a channel. I mean, a lot of times, they basically tell you don't give up. I mean, when you start a channel, you have to be committed to it, and you have to at least put out at least two videos a week. And well, they do tell you to be consistent on the times you put out your videos. And I'm finding out the hard way that that's true. If you want your channel to succeed, you got to make sure you put out videos at a certain time, certain day, certain time, and be consistent. I was putting them out like usually Tuesday and Wednesday, and since I had some time off, I recorded a couple videos like a Thursday. I recorded my last video, or what second to last video, and then I put it out yesterday, and I thought this is a good one. This is really good. It's called the Balancing Act. If you ever want to see that one, and it's actually I thought it was a really good video. I talk about basically, how we need to stay balanced in our alignments. And for some reason, I thought it would take off. It didn't do bad. Like a lot of people that watched it hung around and watched a good part of it. But I would have thought it would have been well over 100 by now. But maybe it will get there. Maybe I'm just being impatient. I'm just overthinking things, and I'm overcritical or something like that. I don't know. You know what I mean? I want to help people understand themselves. Every personality, I believe this will help the whole world. Well, that's pretty much what I'm doing there, Jethro, is I'm doing it for that reason. I mean, I figure if it helped me out, because I know how it helped me. And I know what YouTube just did. And I just figure that's how I found out. I don't know if I ever would have. I never would have found this out if I didn't find YouTube. I mean, it's possible. Whether it was fate, whether it was just meant to be, or whether it was just coincidence, I don't know. I don't know what it was, but I just know that I found it and started being drawn into it. That's all. And here I am. Well, I got my own channel here, and I'm talking to you now, right? That's all. Yeah. But hey, Jethro, good luck, man. I really do. The personality pill, if that's what it is, I'll have to keep an eye out for that one. That's all. Okay? Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, yeah, it's just all about being consistent. I mean, I've been doing this 8 months. There was some highs and lows. They say no matter what you're doing, sometimes you put a video up. I've put out videos, right? Thinking, hey, this is a good one. I'm expecting a good, showing for this. This will get a lot of people watching it and all this, right? And then it doesn't do as good as you think. So then you're thinking, oh man. And then you put out one that's like, okay, you think, all right, I'm just talking, and then it does better. It's like you can't really predict what is gonna capture somebody's attention and what people are gonna hit on. And then all of a sudden it's like, wow, a bunch of people subscribed on this one. Oh, and only but not many on this one. It's like, wow, it's like you just can't figure out the pattern. Uh, I think all I can tell you, Jethro, if you're gonna do this, try to be yourself. Be as yourself as much as you can. I mean, listen, I mean, you could take the advice from me. I'm a guy who's got 8 months into his, and I'm at 800 subscribers. And I mean, I think it was all well earned subscribers over the course of 8 months. And I enjoyed it. And I stuck with the channel. But a lot of things is, I can tell you that a lot of it is just to be authentic. Just be yourself, and just know yourself. Don't try to be anybody you're not. Don't try to be, don't try to put on a, don't all of a sudden pull a face out of the gallery and be a chameleon and for your channel. Just be who you would be if you were talking to anybody else, your friends at a, just be yourself. You know what I mean? Don't be the chameleon guy. I mean, to an extent, right? And also, yeah, just don't give up on things. Just stay with it, stay consistent, and but above all, I mean, yeah, I think a lot of times is you got to make sure that your channel. You got to make sure also one of the big things too is you need to just have like a good relationship with your channel. Your audience, your subscribers, whoever it is that like I am right now. You just gotta. This is part of it. A lot of it is just connecting and making sure that you respond to your. If people leave comments or leave comments or thumbs up or comments on you, make sure you at least acknowledge that you saw the comment. You don't have to comment, re-comment everything. just acknowledge. Like put the little heart thing on there that they got the message. And if anybody does message you and asks advice or a question, if you think you can, just give them try to steer them the best way you can into what what they're thinking. Occasionally, I get comments. Now these are some of the best comments I get. Occasionally on it, if I put out a video, I get these comments like, "Wow, I can't believe it. That's exactly what I needed. I was thinking about just what you were saying. Like I was wondering about what you said, and then you just said it." Occasionally, I get comments like that. Like these people are just they're thinking about an answer, and I put out a video, and I kind of answer their question. And a lot of times you hear these things, and it's just you know you're doing something. You really do, man. You just know that you're making a difference somewhere because you're getting comments that people are really that resonate with people. And when you get that, you know that you're making connections, and that somebody is finding some kind of something something worth seeing you for, basically. Okay, Jethro, you got another one. Uh, yeah, you have this channel is great. Thank you. If you, I think if you do some kind of AI short videos, you'll be able to reach much further, draw people into your lives. Oh yeah, I did do one. I don't know if you saw that. It was called the INFJ villain. Did you? And you want to? I did use AI in one video, and in fact, it was free from YouTube. I just happened to be like loading up a short, and I said, "Hey, what's this?" And it said something about, "Hey, you can make like an AI with an image," and I did, and I get kind of like I'm like a dark villain guy, with like a sword and a snake staff and everything, and and then I go into talking about the INFJ villain, on how sometimes we're villain people, we have to door slam and things. So I did do that once, and I mean it did pretty well. It did all right. Um, I think some people comment that they liked it, but yeah, but I did. So I did do that once. I mean, now my plan is this though. Eventually, um, right now I have equipment. I have it all in front of me. I have a laptop. I have and I have a smartphone. I got a pretty good smartphone. I got a nice one. Matter of fact, before I did this, before I went and did the channel, I made sure I bought a smartphone. But I wanted this thing to be a a good solid up to date one with a good set of cameras that were high definition, which you're looking into now, and also just one that had all the like the latest like gadgets. It was a good phone. So I went out of my way and got a nice phone. You know what I mean? Like the up, the best version. I thought, well, if this is mainly going to be what the channel's going to be, this I'm doing this for the channel. So I did that. So I got the phone, which is primarily your first piece that you need. Obviously, you need a camera and you need a good microphone and things, and you just have to be willing to put the videos out there too, and that's all. Now, also too, right? Uh, is it an Android phone? Yeah, it is. It's an Android. It's a Galaxy, some Galaxy. Um, I can't remember all the specs on it, but it's a yeah S22 or something. Yeah, I think it's an S22 Galaxy, which is Android. Yeah, but I just wanted something that was the state of the art as possible, just so I could make it. I mean, I went out of my way to pay for it, and I thought, well, yeah, but I thought of it as I was thinking this is like an investment though. I'm doing this for an investment to get this channel going. And I thought, all right, yeah, this is definitely going to be worth it. So I thought this is primarily it, but also on my laptop because there's ways I found out, but I learned a lot over the course of 8 months, and trust me, Jethro, I got a lot to learn too. I got way more to learn. I mean, tons more. I'm just very, you know, um, you know, what do you call it? Very inexperienced still. But I gained some experience. I mean, how to load videos up and things like that. How you got to load them up onto your laptop and then you send them, and how you put thumbnails together. You know what I mean? How you put like titles together. Because you want to draw in like, you have to put a decent thumbnail out. where you draw people in. They can't be boring. They have to be something that makes you want to click on that to say, hey, it has to be something that catches the eye, that thumbnail. So I thought, okay, I started making a thumbnail, but I just used that in my gallery on the phone. A lot of times they have these thumbnail apps where you pay for them, or you get these free apps, and you can make you can make your own backgrounds or things like that. But I just use my phone. I just use different like backgrounds that are not anything that are copyright. That's another thing. Got to make sure when you're on like doing the video, you got to watch out for copyright. You can't use somebody else's material without their permission. And if it is protected with copyright, if you do it too much, they'll give you a strike against copyrights. So there's certain things you got to know about, like what you can post, and if you're taking somebody else's material, so there's a lot of different things you just have to understand, and things I'm learning as I go along. But making thumbnails and making, like I said, titles, but you learn a lot as you go along. So you have to be willing to, you know, learn it as you go. I mean, it's almost like, think about it. Back 30 years ago, let's just say you joined a radio or a television station. Think about this, and you had to learn all the things about how to run a radio and how to run a TV station. It's basically it's the same kind of rules and regulations you have to know as just a regular YouTube guy. And I mean, like I said, copyrights, all that stuff. You have the permissions you need, and if you buy material, you can use it, and you can only if you do use the Fair Use Act. That's where you use somebody else's material, like a TikTok video. But you have to put it in a certain way. You got to put it in a certain framing if you want to. But you have to talk about it. Something about the Fair Use Act. You got to understand certain laws. You can't just randomly show things. You got to know how to and how long and things. So there's a lot of things. So there's a lot of things to understand. But these are just things I've learned in the last 8 months. I didn't know anything about YouTube, and I just had to eventually learn little bits and pieces as I went along. But you have to remember too, your channel, what you say from your channel, it basically is what you're saying. But you got to be careful too. That if somebody has a certain patented thing that they say, or a certain, like, if they're selling a product, you can't even like use their slogan, like use their phrase. They could come back and get you. There's certain thing. I'm not trying to scare you away, but you got to just keep it authentic. That's why I say be authentic. Be authentic. Don't try to be like anybody or use anybody else's phrases, because yeah, they could. I don't think it goes that much too far, but just things you got to be careful of. But bottom line is, I guess it's just kind of, you got to figure too, if you're looking for like a YouTube thing and to eventually be monetized too. And some of these people, this is their living. They're full-time YouTubers. This is their job. They're professionals. And some of these, they have multiple stations, but some of these people have thousands, even millions of subscribers. Some of these ones that are real big have, massive amounts of subscribers as well. But these are the ones that put a lot of time and probably money and effort into their thing. They probably have a lot of state-of-the-art equipment, and they spend lots of time editing, putting together their videos. They used all their software to edit their videos. So they put a lot into it, I would think. And then finally, but of course, they get enough subscribers, or they get enough view time. It's 4,000 hours to make it on ad revenue. But of course, then you got to get ad revenue, because YouTube basically is funded with commercials. The way a radio station and the way a TV station is funded. It's all in sponsors. So if you want a certain percentage of that sponsorship, they're using your material, they're using your videos as the sponsor, as the material. So at some point, as long as you can generate a certain amount of hours of watch time, have a certain amount of subscribers, right? I think it's 1,000 or 4,000 hours to be at full monetization. And then depending on how many hours you put out and how many views you get, how many clicks, how much time you are, they base it all on your salary is based on that. It's the way they do it. But you got some of these channels that put out a they put something out, a they put out a video every day or every couple of days or whatever, and say they got 300 plus thousand subscribers. You see, they get thousands of views, and some of them, like within hours, they go up and they're getting thousands of views. And you got to figure everybody's watching these things, so they're getting massive amounts of watch and view time, and of course the subscriberships go up. So it gets big time. It gets more like it can get it can get towards yeah, you can get very successful on it. But again, it's like how much time you want to put into it. I'm really to the point where I'm not looking to be rich and famous. It'd be nice if I could. I mean, I'm not looking for that. Right now, I'm looking a little bit for my future. I'm going to be retiring in about 5 years or so. This could be a retirement goal, yeah, to have the channel. And maybe eventually when I'm retired and when I'm, maybe collecting like pensions and things like that. I mean, it would be good to finally have established enough down where a channel would be a little bit of a subsidized income, maybe a little bit, you know, just something to kind of help out a little bit. But whether or not I do that as a living, that goes without saying. I mean, I guess sometimes people just end up they put a video out, they get like 10,000 views, and all of a sudden they're like monetized in like a month, monetized in like 2 months, 8 weeks or whatever. I've heard of things like that happen. And then you got other people like that. They told me one time I asked somebody how long it took them to get their first 1,000 subscribers. It took about a year. It took almost a year, yeah. So it's a lot of it is about having patience too. You have to realize it's just, but you really can't think about I'm just doing this for the money. It's got to be more of an idea that you're doing this um, for yes, you're doing this because you're trying to make a difference too. A lot of it is, yeah, you're trying to connect, you're trying to reach out, you're trying to have a channel where you reach out, you're helping people, you're connecting with people. It doesn't always have to be about the money. I mean, it's got to be a little bit involved at some point, because you got to figure you need something to survive on, but you can't base it completely on that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. So Jethro, you get your last comment was, yeah, you are helping me out so much. Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you, man. That's good. I do. I hope all things work out for you. All right. Enough about that. We talked a little bit about the ins and out of the YouTube. Yeah. These are just some of my own experiences. I mean, obviously, yeah. It's just there's things you got to learn along the way. There's just definitely things that you're having to experience, and if anybody has a YouTube channel out there, and I would imagine if you're out there with them, you kind of know that these are the things you have to kind of go through. These are some of the trials and errors you have to go through with YouTube in order to basically maintain a channel, right? But well, definitely good luck there. Personality pill. I'll have to look for that one. You'll have to let me know when you start that one for sure, right? Yeah, I think we need more. I don't see a lot. I see INFJ personality type channels out there, but I don't see a ton of them. You know what I see a whole bunch of? Have you ever watched the personality hackers? I think I've heard of that once. I've seen that somewhere once. I just kind of, for some reason, I might have. I can't remember. I don't know. I don't know. But is that also another one that has to do with what INFJ, or is it like just more of the MBTI in general? Because some of them cover a lot of just like in general stuff too. So I don't think I've actually, yeah, like I said, I think I've heard the name before, but I mean, I haven't seen that one in particular. Although sometimes there are some heavyweights out there. Like, you ever heard of like Frank James, the 16 personalities guy? There's a guy I'm talking about. That you ever see some of his early videos? Now Frank James, he fascinates me. He's an INFJ, right? And some of his earliest videos are 7 old, right? And a lot of his videos are like, he's just, you know, he's got that. He'll describe. He's got a certain way of describing things and describing like the type. but he's very informative. But he's got like a good personality for a show too. Yeah, Frank. Yes, but and then of course he went on to all those like that the green screens where he acted out and he came up with scripts for all the different personalities. Remember, like the ISFP, he'd like start saying things that were typical of what they'd say, and he'd come up with these scripts. Like imagine 16 personalities being buried alive. In like if you can survive being buried alive for 24 hours, you win $10,000 and stuff. And who can survive? And then he goes through which each one of the 16 types would do in that situation. And then he's funny, right? Well, if you've seen him, you know what I'm talking about. He puts on like if he's playing the girl, he puts on the wig and he'll start but he doesn't really dress up. He just puts the wig on and he kind of just puts a sweater, but he still has a scruffy face. But he'll act like the girl of that version. And then he puts the mustache on or he puts wigs on for these different characters. I mean, he's got to have a wardrobe and he's got to have wigs and fake mustaches and he must have accumulated just like a whole studio of just like costumes, and he's got different like lab coats he'll put on sometimes, and yeah. But the dude, that guy, he's got like a million something subscribers. I mean, yeah, but he worked a lot. You could tell he puts in a lot of work, and he really built that channel up too. But yeah, he fascinates me. That's he's kind of inspiring in a lot of ways, but he's like way up there for that particular thing. But yeah, I think just about any of us must have heard of Frank James. You know, I got to tell you. Then there's, like I said, I mentioned Wen's. She was one of the first ones. I watched her. I used to watch her early on, especially when I first found out, because she's the first video I saw, and she helped out a lot. Then I ventured off in a bunch of different things. And Jay Scott. Sometimes I watch Jay Scott. He's all right. You ever see him? INFJ Circle. He's another one that's kind of cool. Sometimes he mentions things that resonate, and he does a lot of just off the wall. He's starting to do a lot of just sit down chats like I'm doing here, where I notice he's kind of laid back a little bit more, where he likes to just talk into the camera and he just speaks his mind about things. It's MBT. Oh, we have somebody who just came in here. Hello there. We have XGH05TX. Okay. GHO. Okay. It's MBTI. Is MBTI just different areas of our brain that hasn't been poked at in one's brain, but comfort as a breathing. But comfort is breathing, so looking around is ominous, no feedback. Is MBTI just different areas of our brain that hasn't been poked at? Oh, you mean are you talking about the I think a lot of it you're talking about when you say like areas of the brains that hasn't been poked at, you mean the parts of the brains they say that we don't use? Like supposedly we only use like 30% of our brain and 70% of our brain is untapped. Is that what you're talking about? Because if that's what you mean, yes, INFJ. So you heard of that one too? Okay, yeah. See, I can tell you've seen different ones. Obviously, you watch a different variety of INFJ stuff. Okay, I watched this guy named Arsenal Clay. Oh, I've heard of him too. Yeah, I've seen him. Yes, he's married to an INFJ. He's a very interesting guy. Yeah, I've seen some of his videos. Yeah, yeah. I've heard of him. Yeah, he's got his own take on that. Yes, I have heard of him, and I know who you're talking about. You ever heard of Love Who? He's a British guy. He's put a few. He's got that real proper British accent, and he talks and stuff. He plays piano, and he's got a hell of a vocabulary. But then again, he's English. He's got that English vocabulary that's just phenomenal. You know what I mean? Yeah. Um, but I'm going to answer your question there, XGH. Yeah, well, he's kind of obscure. I mean, I don't think he's put out many videos in the last 5 years anyway, Jethro. Uh, Do I think the MBTI is different areas of our brain that hasn't been poked at? I'm going to say that it's probably what you mean is that certain areas of the brain that don't function, that we don't use, and that it's a good possibility that yeah, that some types, some different personality types maybe have a more of an access to certain areas of the brains that aren't used. I would say that's a very good question, and it's a good possibility. Now, if you ever heard that there's speculation. They're still doing a lot of studies and things about how they talk about neurodivergence. Now, the neurodivergent brain actually is it's a more complex way of the brain functioning. It's almost a more of a three-dimensional way of processing, and it has a more it's apt to have more stored memory, more stored like earlier memory and childhood memories for things, and it's just a way of piecing together, data in a more deeper sense. It's almost like a spectrum, but typically they talk about the spectrum disorders where sometimes you got people that have either autism or Asperger's, and typically these types are very much geared in like they have the spectrum because they may be very brilliant in a certain area. They're highly talented, but on the other spectrum, they greatly lack other like social skills or even just like personal skills. But they could be these magnificent artists and these mathematicians or these quantum mechanical, whatever it might be. But on the other end, they can't really function in the world. These are the spectrums. But neurodivergence has this ability to have the same kind of mindset that is deep as almost that offset spectrum, but without being imbalanced, without being spectrum. I think it's kind of on that. It's a deep. I think it's something that they're fairly newly discovering is the neurodivergent brain. But that would have a lot to do with what you said. They say a lot of times they were speculating that INFJs have these neurodivergent tendencies to have a brain like that because because of their deep thinking, the way as complex as they are, and they have an intelligence about them as well. INFJs have a very deep way of computing and have an intelligence that has a lot to do with that neurodivergent brain that I was talking about. And of course, it seems to be very much in line with the way they compute their mind in such a way too. But again, I mean, these are some of the basics of neurodivergence. I guess it's just they're still I think they're still trying to study a lot of the brain. I don't think they're ever going to stop being able to study the human mind. I think they just scratch the tip of the iceberg. I mean, that brain is very complex on its own in just the way it functions, and they can try all the psychologists and scientists and all they want, and there's always something new they're going to discover that there's going to find out about the brain and the way people think as well. But I think that's definitely a high probability, though. And well, how can I address you as GH, XGHO, or I'm going to call you XGH. Well, anyway, you're new to this channel. That's the first I've seen. I want to welcome you to say hello there. My name's Tom. I'm going to welcome you, though. But that was an excellent question, and I do want to say I appreciate that. Jethro, what are we talking here? Okay, let's see. I was thinking that MBTI is the one type in a different fragment that we haven't explored the ominous feedback, which doesn't know that you touched something. Wait a minute. That doesn't know that you touched something. I don't quite get what you're saying. Touch something. I mean, is that talking literally or like figuratively? I'm not sure what you mean by that statement there. Uh, you have to give me a little bit more of a specific on what you mean there. But is the MBTI type? Now, when you say MBTI type, there are 16 different personality types. You do know that, and they're all broken down into. I mean, they're categories almost like alignments and functions. Okay. The MBTI has 16. It's a type of way of understanding the way people make decisions based on how they, what type they are. I mean, I'm not sure if you know exactly what that is, but different fragments that we haven't explored the ominous feedback, which doesn't know that you touched something. Um, I'm not really, I'm not really clear on that, the way you're wording that. I mean, I gotta be honest with you, but if you could be a little clearer on that question or what that statement is, if you could, please, GH. Now, Jethro, I have something interesting. The same people have ADHD. I think ADHD isn't real. ADHD is a disease, being an INFJ isn't a disease. Yeah, you know what? I think that's an interesting one too, Jethro. Yeah, I definitely think a lot of these things, ADHD, and I think a lot of these are just they're kind of made up, and they want to medicate, children in school just to keep them from wanting to, just so they don't have to sit in a classroom. I mean, I think a lot of times you take an 8-year-old kid, 8, 7, 9-year-old kid that's wired, that's geared to be, it's hard to keep them sitting still in a chair for hours at a time, just learning at a school um, chalkboard in front of a teacher. And I think kids just naturally are wired to be a little bit more, you know, they're wired to be a little more active. Let's just say, yeah, active. That's it. They want to play. They want to run. They want to be exploring. And I think they're the way they're doing it. But so all of a sudden, a kid gets anxious in school. He wants to get out of his chair, and they call him ADHD. They said he has attention deficit disorder, right? And he can't pay attention. But I think a kid, how can you expect a kid, I mean, at 8 years old, to sit in a chair all the time when they're not geared for that? They're geared to be active. They're kids. They're children. So I think you're right. But then they want to put them on medication. So they just kind of dope them up to keep them sitting in their chair. I think that's immoral. I really do. I think I agree with you there, Jethro. I really definitely do. Okay. And yeah, it's a shame that that's what schools turned into. They started doing that stuff in the 90s. Then you look at all the side effects from these kids having ADHD and taking these Ritalin or Medicaid. Well, they had Ritalin. Remember that? That was originally it. Then they went to these other medications. Just it was a way of altering their brain to kind of just subdue them, to stay pretty much seated. That's all they were doing. Um, and then they diagnose, and that diagnosis stays with them. And then all of a sudden, they find out they can't get certain jobs later in their life because they were diagnosed. Uh, and I think, yeah, hey, you know what? If I had grown up if I had gone to school in the 90s, they would have said I had ADHD. They would have definitely given me some kind of complex and tried to medicate me for sure. I mean, luckily I grew up, going to schools in the 70s and very early 80s. In fact, no, I wasn't even by the 80s, I was out of school already. Let's see. Yes, it's six. Okay, GHO. Yes, it's 16. All fragments that haven't been explored in the brain. Yes, all 16. As when you say fragments, now I'm trying to. What do you mean by fragments? You mean like functions? You keep saying the word fragment. When I think of fragment, it's a piece. It's a piece of a brain. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what you mean by that. It hasn't been explored in one brain. Um, no, I think a lot of things has. We don't know exactly. There's a lot of things we still don't know about the brain, but I mean, we try to figure it out the best we can. That's what the MBTI is, just another way of trying to explain why so many people think different and act different and have different social lives, and just why some people are very outgoing and some people are shy. Yeah, they're introverted or extroverted. And that's a glaring example. Some people just can't get enough people. They can't get enough, and they seem to get more powerful, while other people get drained and they'd rather be alone. Those are glaring differences between two personality types right there, between whether somebody's introverted or extroverted. That's obvious. And of course, they gather their information difference. I mean, people that use their senses, they that's basically it. They're sensing the world to get their information. While introverts, yes, they use their senses, their extroverted sense, in order to gather their intuition. They have to piece things together from what they see, from what they hear. They need their senses, of course, but they're taking these senses and they're taking them deeper and they're processing them into that laboratory of their introverted intuition, that whole that whole function, that abstract function that just takes and deciphers things, kind of translates them into these images, pictures, and symbols in such a way. And it kind of makes sense of them with the introverted thinking. It's kind of going back and forth, like taking this, going to the thinking, making sense of it, bringing it back, eliminating basically the things that don't make sense, and then it brings back, and then it's kind of narrowing it down, like funneling, like just kind of boiling something down into something believable, something that makes sense. That's what intuition is. And sometimes this takes a matter of seconds, sometimes it takes minutes, but a lot of times, it could be just on how they're trying to read a situation or read a room. But a lot of times then you have that FE kicks in, where that extroverted feeling kicks in with this process. Now all of a sudden, the same one that has the that's trying to put these processes together starts getting vibes and feeling. They're using their empathy. They're trying to read emotions on people. They're trying to see what somebody's thinking based on what their emotion rage is or isn't. If they're feeling like anxious, are they feeling nervous? Are they irritable? Are they sad, or whatever it is that's going on? Sometimes, of course, INFJs are known to being empathic, and they pick up, they absorb emotions, and a lot of times they detect them. They know, and the clever ones, the ones that have figured themselves out, detect them, and they know they're not theirs, and they know what somebody else, they can read somebody. So they're using their introverted intuition, their vibe of their empathy, and then they're knowing, and so they're piecing together. They're getting a feel of the room, and they're getting a vibe, and they're starting to future process what the room is all about, what the feeling of that room is. And of course, so, but okay, that kind of steered me into, but I guess I got a little carried away there, people. But I'm just trying to explain how it works. That's basically how it is described on how that works. But a sensor type has a different way. Like, let's just say an extroverted sensor, okay, feeler. Maybe they could be a feeler. Maybe they're a thinker. A perceiver. ESFP. Yeah, they're basically gathering information, but a lot of times, depending on what their final alignment is, they're not introverted intuitive. They're not processing it in that same thing. They're not taking their thought process and really thinking about it. They may be reading the room for that moment. Maybe they're not future processing it. They're seeing a situation for the now. Like ESTPs are like this in particular. Extroverted sensor thinker perceivers. Now that's an opposite function, completely opposite personality to an INFJ. And what they're doing is they're extroverted, so they have a read on people. They have a higher read on just knowing people, extrovertedly. And also they have that sensing thing. So that's their primary function. So extroverted sensing is their primary function, their main function, dominant. While that's our inferior. So we're backwards. But they're taking that extroverted sensing and they're able to see, they're piecing together based on what they're seeing. But a lot of times these ESTP types are in the now. They're not future prognosticating. They're very much now, right here. Now, I got a theory too, is that their nervous system, which is tied into their physicality, because their brain is working a certain way, they're highly physical. They're thinking in a sensing way. They have a heightened sense of touch and things like that. Obviously, they have a heightened, because they're physical feelers. They're extroverted sensors, and they're also thinkers. So their third function is, I believe. Can anybody tell me what is it like? What is the function? Extroverted sensing. Then they have thinking. Was it introverted thinking or extroverted thinking? I think their second function is introverted thinking, is the number two. So they're not they're not thinking, they're not reaching out for like connection with people. They're thinking of the situation. They're making sense of that situation next after their extroverted sensing. So they're really thinking about it logically. So they're piecing it together. And then, of course, they're perceivers, so they're very spontaneous. They're not really thinking like I said, they're very good at the now. Now that type, I've often said, because they're so tied into their physicality, they're tied into their physical body that they're very strong. They're strong people physically, typically, because and they're really in connection with their coordination because their nervous system and their mind and the way they process things and the fact that they're very much sensors, they built a higher um, they build up a higher sense for their body, their physicality, and they're very much in the now. Now these are the types typically make the best athletes. A lot of times you see these athletes out there, especially a pro athletes, you could tell these are your ESTP types. They're the strong ones, and if you look like a football player, it's very much making that decision in the now. They have to practice when that ball is hiked. They have an assignment to do, and they have to physically piece everything together in that moment. You know what I mean? In order to make sure that they're doing their assignment in that football field. You see, and it's very much now. It's now thinking. It's now precise in the seconds that play is elapsed. So that's what I mean. Okay, you got me on a big old speech there too, huh? But fragments. Okay, he is saying 16 is actually one. Okay, it's easier for an extrovert to learn around people. Yep. Yeah, I think introverts have a hard time learning around lots of kids. Jethro again. I think it's because they're different in general public doesn't get it. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. As all 16 as fragments, they haven't been explained in one brain. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Okay, I think I know what you're saying. The fragments. In other words, you're talking about different functions, different ways of thinking, and hasn't been explained because there's 16 types. You can't get somebody that has all 16 types in one brain. I mean, like that, but it's just in how the alignments go. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, good gosh. So anyway, people, I tell you, how's things going with this? Everything's going well as far as hopefully everybody's having a good time today. Hopefully everybody's enjoying this live broadcast as of now. I hope. Um, all right. Okay. We're still at 799. We have 10 now watching. We're averaging out about I'd say 9 to 10 watchers at any time. If anybody would like to leave a comment, I am definitely going to read your comment, and I will definitely try to elaborate on your message as best I possibly can. So, as you can tell, when I get into I guess you could say the camera mode, I go with it. I kind of have to. Okay, Jethro. Yeah, you're the only one doing lives as an INFJ. So, yeah, somebody else told me that. Maybe that was you. Somebody just said that to me. I did a live a couple of. Was it last week? It was either last week or this weekend. I just did one, and somebody told me that there's nobody else doing lives. And I think that maybe that was you. Was that? Did you tell me that before, Jethro? Because I've seen you before. I know that. Maybe so. Then like I said, my answer was I thought Wenz did them sometimes. I seen her do one live. Yeah, okay, it was you. All right. One time a couple of years ago, I just happened to be on YouTube and I was flipping around and I just happened to be at the proper moment. Frank James was doing a live. Oh, as a matter of fact, what he was doing was he was celebrating that he just got to his 1 millionth subscriber. 1 million. That's what it was. Not lives like this. Well, really? Okay. Well, see, I don't know what to compare them to. I just know this is what I do. Um, so when you say like that, I'm not you. I don't know exactly what their lives are like. I can only imagine that these other see, being that I'm still a small guy. I'm still small relatively. I mean, I'm under 1,000, and I'm still young yet, and I'm not really. I'm still kind of like that lightweight guy. If you look at the rankings, and let's say in the heavyweight division with the boxing. Heavyweight is the best you can do. When I say a heavyweight, I think of like guys like Frank James. And he's a heavyweight. The guy's got like he's been around a bunch. He's got this reputation. Everybody knows the guy, right? I mean, then you got like Wenz. I mean, she's got to be up there in like the middleweight area somewhere. She's got to be up there in the you know what I mean? You got that Jay Scott guy's got to be up there. Maybe a light middleweight. You see, if you want to put it in a weight division, now, okay, my point is, I'd have to put myself down into like, gosh, junior lightweight. Right about now, I'm still down here. I mean, then I guess you've heard of straw weight. Straw weight's like the lowest, or flyweight. These guys are like barely 100 pounds. You know what I mean? Then, of course, heavyweight is unlimited. But it starts at like 205 pounds, right? We are INFJs need so much small, but very suiting for INFJs speaking freely to one another. Yeah, okay. I think that's what you're saying. You probably aren't used to like having a one-on-one conversation. You comment, I read it, I see it, and I comment. And I mean, plus, I mean, this is a small kind of intimate group right here. A lot of these big ones, these heavyweights might have, gosh, I mean, you figure these other ones go on and they probably have 50 plus, 100 plus people. And then you see that thing scrolling up. I think I said this. Now I'm reminding myself, and this was you. And that scroller does not stop. And the chances are, it's hard to see everybody. If I'm sitting here and that scroll keep going up, I wouldn't be able to respond to everybody. I'd probably it would get lost in like a second if it was scrolling real fast because so many people would be commenting. You know what I mean? But the thing is, it's there. This is it's a smaller group, so we're able to just see it and I'm able to respond because it's a smaller group. Yeah. So in a way, it's beneficial for anybody who's on this chat because I'll talk to you right there. Okay, look at it. Okay, GHO back. Would the functions be an environment? Would the functions be in an environment instead of in certain order? Would the functions be in an environment instead of in certain order? Okay, I know you're talking about the order, the way they put them in. In other words, like would somebody else take like one of their functions because they use that as a primary, like they're judging, would that be put first? You mean like that? I'm trying to figure out how you're wording that. Instead of in a certain order, would the functions be in an environment instead of in a certain order? I guess that's a good question. I'm trying to figure out exactly what you mean by that. How exactly. I can only imagine a certain order being like I talked about the orders of the alignments before, and I said, of course, like that. But I know the way they have it. We have a dominant function. There's one that we primarily work first, okay, and then the other ones are they kind of complement the primary in such a way. They and it's a preferred. These are preferences. In other words, somehow we prefer to use them like this. In other words, that's just our order, and it's something that we inherited, or maybe it was something that we developed at a small age, and how we developed our preferences. But I think what you're saying, the certain order that you're talking about is that there's dominant functions, then there's least dominant functions, and like I said, there's the other ones that kind of complement the dominant function, kind of help it along, you know. So like I gave you that example before, the introverted intuitive, those are dominant functions. That's INFJs, and the other intuitive and introverted intuitives have that as their dominant function. But of course, there are other letters in there. It just depends. Some of them make more of they put their second primary may not be extroverted feeling, like an INTP will INTJ, excuse me, one that's just one off. That's a very close one. If you want to flip just one, that third letter, go from a F, which is feeling, and go right to the T, which is thinking. Now all of a sudden the INTJ, what they do, their second major function is not extroverted feeling. It would be introverted thinking. I think it's their introverted thinking, which makes them actually more logical. See, they're actually dubbed as one of the most intelligent of all. They call them the logician because they're highly logical. So they're taking their introverted intuition and their thinking. Then their third function is not introverted thinking like the INFJ, but it is the uh, extroverted feeling. I think it's the extroverted feeling. I think you just flip these letters around. I'm trying to remember, or either that, or I'm trying to think if it's extroverted thinking. Is the Can anybody help me out with that? I'm trying. I'm trying to remember how that works. The INTJ, the T, is it introverted thinking or extroverted thinking is their second function? I think it was introverted, and then their third was was either introverted feeling or extroverted. It's something like that, but it's only one letter off. But bottom line is, I mean, it's very close to the INFJ. It's just that they're a little bit less compassionate when they're making a decision. They're a little bit less apt to, let's say, put somebody's other needs in their decision making. They're thinking of the most rational, most logical decision in that moment is usually what the INTJ would be doing. Okay, that's basically what it is. And so they're, not to say they don't have extroverted feeling. They do have that. It's just that it's not a primary way. They think of like they might think that the best decision for somebody is the most logical decision, while an INFJ would make a decision based on on principle. You see what I mean? They're not thinking of the most logical. They're going to take logic. Believe me, INFJs have a logical side because they're introverted thinkers as well on their third function. They do think very logical, but they also put the best interests of somebody's decision, based on a value system, not logic. So they have that little bit of advantage, while the INTJ is just a little more cold, let's just say, but rational. They'll make a better rational decision. That's about the one main difference between the two. But also, they are planners. They're thinkers. Like perfect example of an INTJ is probably somebody like Elon Musk. Elon Musk, he's a genius. He's an incredible genius. He owns Tesla, obviously. SpaceX, X. Obviously, as you know, he got in with President Trump there for a little while, trying to. I mean, he kind of separated himself. I'm not going to go too much with that, but bottom line is that's an Elon Musk is an INTJ, and he's highly successful. But I mean, he's very very genius as well. You figure, I mean, a lot of his innovation had something to do with the. Oh, okay, Jethro. INTJ is introverted, extroverted thinking, introverted feeling, and extroverted sensing. Okay, I knew their fourth function was also inferior to them, was the extroverted sensing. I was trying to remember. Thank you, Jethro. I didn't have that in front of me. I thought it was either so it's extroverted feeling and it's introverted. So extroverted thinking and introverted feeling. Okay. Yeah, see, that's just it. So extroverted thinking is basically making a decision based on logic for somebody else. That's basically my point. But you are kind of making the point. But their introverted feeling is more like now they're thinking what that decision is best for them. They're thinking like basically they're in how they feel inside, not the extroverted thinking like what is best for somebody else. And that would be extroverted. And then their introverted thinking is basically how they're thinking inside. I mean, for the INFJ, that is. But that's one of the closest I'm sure there could be another closest couple close like that in the MBTI, but that's just one little bit of a switch up there, as far as like alignments. Vamp Fox, hey Vamp Fox, oh morning, or evening. Oh, hello Vamp Fox. Oh yeah, you've been hanging out with me for like in those. Hey, just so you know, Vamp Fox, yeah, she's been hanging out with me. And on some of the live chats here. I had some of these late, early morning ones. In fact, I had one. I think it was Sunday night. I was up all morning, and I think I got off the chat at like two in the no, like five in the morning my time, Eastern Standard Time. And yeah, but no, it is definitely. It is early evening right now, but it must be, gosh, it must be morning in your part of the world though. Yeah. Okay, it's good to see you back there, Vamp Fox. But boss, but bottom line is to answer your question though, that's the best way I'm deciphering out of your question there, GHO, is that we are yeah. Oh, it's 10:10 in the morning. Okay. I was answering a question there. Yeah, but GHO is. I hope that answered your question somewhat. Is that yeah? Um, we have dominant functions and then we have least dominant functions, and depending on our different personality types and how they align, that's how that defines us as individual humans, I guess, individual people. So, all right. Well, it's good to see that Australia is. It is nice to know that it's got to be Wednesday morning in Australia. All right, and I'm sure it's being down there. It's still summer down there. Now there's down under. They're completely backwards. I'm up here having my winter. Well, we are all. We're on our winter up here in the United States. Down in Australia, they're having their summer. In fact, they're going to be going into fall in like probably next month, right? I would imagine next month is the beginning of their autumn down there, and they have their winter when we're having our summer. It's really something. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, because everything's just. It's like you're kind of like a mirror image of where we are, you know. And not only that, they speak English. Have you ever heard the Australian accent? I actually think it's very understandable. It's got its own dialect. It's really is it is a good it's a good version of English. In fact, I think it's quite understandable. But it's got its own flavor to it, pizzazz to it. Probably like you think the United States, like we are here in U.S. We must have our own pizzazz as well, right? Okay, GHO, what you got there? I came to Reddit to see what my type was and to have a better experience by learning MBTI. I noticed that the INFJ speech has a tree shredder form, consume information and simplified it down. Okay, a tree a tree shredder form, consume information and simplify down. Okay, that's an interesting way to put it. I'm trying to understand how personalities work so I can sense what somebody's personality is without the personality test. I'm actually getting pretty good at it. Okay, you're trying to decipher different personalities. Okay, well, I was no, that's a good explanation there. Uh, and so we're kind of like a tree shredder. So you take the tree, you shred it all down into little chips, and then you and then you're taking the pieces, the fragments. Oh, that's where the fragments you were talking about are coming from. You were looking for fragments. Ah, now see things are making sense now. You were looking for like tidbits and fragments of things and not things in a whole. Well, I hope I was talking in fragments, if that was what it was. Well, I hope for that. Well, GHO, I hope I helped out a little bit. I mean, I was trying to get the best out of your questions I could. I hope I was able to help you out a little bit, and if definitely. Well, but that's interesting. You're trying to find out personality types by just looking at them, huh? I mean, hey, some are obvious. I mean, some of the most obvious, like I said, you kind of know the extrovert from the introvert very quickly. Those are easy. Those are very easy. Okay, and I notice the longer I get to know somebody, I've got a few people that I kind of have ideas like, okay, I think they're this or they're that. I kind of keep them to myself, but it's my own understanding of how they are. But sometimes you know, I do that stuff too. One day, create a device that can read your personality. Oh, jeez. Uh, yeah, I'm sure AI could do that too. I mean, maybe it's already there. Who knows? Some AI. I bet you feed it enough information. You say, okay, they talk about this, this, and that. And I bet AI could do that even now. I mean, it's getting kind of scary that we just base everybody based on a personality type. I mean, it is true. I believe it only because I lived it. I lived this personality type, and I just know it's out there and all that. So definitely. Well, good luck with that, man. I hope. Okay, I know. Okay, I know. Tell you people watch from afar if you're an introvert. Yeah, I think that's an easy one. I mean, if you want to just decipher people's personalities, first of all, just knowing they're introverted or extrovert, that's very easy. I mean, you can almost tell by somebody's way they are almost immediately. Just when as soon as they walk in, how they walk in, what they say or what they don't say, or as they pass by, you can kind of tell a lot just by that's easy. Whether or not they're sensors or what, or usually a lot of times quiet people. A lot of times the quieter they are, and a lot of times when they look around and they kind of just have an expression without saying anything. A lot of times they're gathering information and they're thinking things. I think that's what INFJs do. They tend to be quiet. They tend to read the situation a little bit before they start making decisions. And so and a lot of times, of course, extroverts, they like to talk, they like to laugh. They're usually the types that are very outgoing. Yeah, you can tell the types. Vamp Fox. I do it in coffee shops. So you just kind of you go in the coffee shops and you study people, don't you? You study you. Yeah, I do that too. Sometimes I go to my local restaurant. Sometimes I go. There's a pub over at a local restaurant I go to. It's a Mexican restaurant here in town. And I got a couple of beers on the weekend. And in fact, the bartenders know me. I hang out at a bar sometime. I do that. But this is my way of getting out there. I mean, I think we all do that. I mean, we spend our alone time so much, but occasionally we do like to at least just get out and feel energies and vibes just in a random place, even if you're not necessarily, having conversations or having like interactions with people directly. You're around enough people where you're absorbing information and you're able to study people. I think a lot of times that's what we do. I mean, because I catch myself just glancing around, trying to like feel and read the vibe of the room. And sometimes I look at certain people and how they are. I try to kind of figure them out a little bit. Yeah, I think that's part of it. And of course, the bartenders that know you say, "Hey, Tom, hey, how you been? Hey, what's up?" You talk to the bartenders a little bit. I always make sure to leave them a decent tip. I always I mean, I'm not like giving them like massive tips, but enough for me to afford where it's not cheap either. Vamp Jethro, as an INFJ, I can tell we interact with INFPs, INTJs, INTPs, ENFPs, and ENFJs the most. Next are ENTJs. Okay, so those are the ones you're saying we interact with the most and best with, are all those types? Okay, all right. I didn't quite know that. I didn't know the order, like what types we get along with the most, but I know there's certain ones that I just know there's certain people that we don't typically get along with, but it doesn't mean it's necessarily a type. It's just like whether or not they're just like how they are, how they act. I mean, usually we don't like people that are braggadocious or arrogant or I know I don't, or just like backstabber people that stab you in the back, people that'll like cut you down when you're not around, but smile to your face. Yeah, there's certain types of people I'm like, I can't be around those people. And when I find out they're that way, I avoid them. And I'm sure we're all like that. I mean, there's certain characters. I don't care what personality they are. There's certain characters they have that I don't want to be around. Yeah, I do that with coffee staff at my local coffee shop. So you do that too, Vamp. You just like to hang around a coffee shop and you study people and you know your local coffee people. That's beautiful. Yeah, that's nice, you know. Your local coffee shops, huh? There you go. So I think we all do stuff like that. I mean, I can't speak for us all, but yeah, that's good. But that's so, and so Jethro, in your travels, you find out that these are the best people that are suited for INFJs, or these different ones here. You say basically it's a INFP. Yeah, somebody else came out as an INFP earlier. They left a comment, and they said that they said she said that we very much find the like we got a lot in common, INFPs especially, um, because they're very similar in a lot of ways. I mean, they got a couple alignments off, but you know, but they got a couple different functions there. But yeah, they get along with us pretty good. They understand us when we're talking. They kind of, we speak their language. ENFJ. That's basically just an extroverted INFJ, but extroverted. Yeah. But they're still intuitive, feeling, and judging. Yeah, I heard their second primary function is no, their first function is extroverted feeling is their first. That's what I think their first function is extroverted feeling. Ours is introverted intuition. His is extroverted feeling. So they're all like they're described as being the type that are always trying to encourage everybody along. Somebody called me an ENFJ because of the way I am on my show on this channel. And I says, if you knew me, you'd know that's not true. Maybe I appear that sometimes I throw people off because I talk a lot when I'm on this channel, and I tend to, you know, maybe that throws people off. And somebody said, "Yeah, I think you're an ENFJ," and I'm like, "Yeah, but if you just knew what I'm like when I'm not around the camera, you wouldn't think that. If you knew how much time I spend alone, you know." And this is like the only time I really do that. But yeah, we interact naturally pretty well with those types. Okay. Yeah. Well, INFJs are the most extroverted of the introverts. Yeah, I know. That I've heard that. Yeah, they're the most outgoing of all introverts, which is kind of a paradox in a way. And and a lot of times they're mistyped. I mean, I've heard that's common too. Is that a lot of people might say, "Oh, they're extroverted," because, gosh, they came in here, they were cracking jokes, they were singing karaoke, and they didn't suck. They maybe they didn't stick around a long time. But I've done things like that too, and I'm sure we all have at times. I mean, I used to go to this karaoke place up in I used to like doing that. I'd sing, and I could get up and sing in front of a bunch of people, and like people drinking in a bar or something, hanging out. And I get up and I'd sing like a Doors song or sing Frank Sinatra songs or whatever. And some people liked it. But I had the ability to do that from time to time, you know. But how does it? But then you take me out of there and I go home and I could spend the next week without talking to anybody. You know what I mean? Maybe going to work, put my work shift in, come home, do my thing, and then I don't talk to anybody for the rest of the week, except for that karaoke week, that day. And it's not like I got 100 people I call on the phone all the time. Yeah, but but a lot of times we are the chameleons. Yeah, that's one of those things I remembered as I started figuring out my type as well. If you're still out there, okay, I don't know if there is or not, but yeah, a lot of times I remember that too. Is that the chameleon, like you're talking about? I started saying, yeah, I remember that time I'd go here and I'd start just, I was right out of character. Like I would just see something and then you felt compelled just to change. Like you almost felt yourself, you can almost feel yourself in a way step into a character. Like you knew you had to rise to an occasion or you wanted to. And sometimes you almost felt like you just were almost going onto a Hollywood set and you were just acting out a role for that couple hours you were in. And all of a sudden you were like, hey, you just something changed in you. and you stepped into a character. It's the only way to describe it. And I says, yeah, that is what the chameleon is, you know. It's like that's what it feels like. And I'm sure, correct me if I'm wrong, people out there, if that's what it feels like to you, when you feel like you're chameleon, when you feel like you've gone into some other character, or what if, you know, does it feel like you've just stepped onto a Hollywood set? I mean, not that you're in costume and makeup. I mean, just your character, like something took over in you almost, and it's like you just became somebody. Yeah, that's what it feels like to me, is that chameleon thing. And but I mean, of course, that's something that's short lived. I mean, after a little while, depending on how long you've been there and what you're going through, I've actually noticed too, like when I've done karaoke and I've gotten gotten crowds going and stuff. I feel like it's kind of funny. Like you feel like you're charged for that moment, and then when you leave there, you realize you crashed. I don't know if you ever get this or not. I felt like while doing that karaoke thing, go in, and sometimes it got later in the day, and other people would be up there and it'd be like, "Hey, come on up," and then they'd invite me up to their stage too, and there'd be like a group of us, and I'd be like singing with them, like you know, like they give you multiple mics sometimes, and I'd be doing like a different part, like you know that Queen thing, Bohemian Rhapsody, let him go, no, 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 no. You know, we were trying to do this thing on karaoke, so they people I didn't even know, you know. But at that moment, I felt like I was getting all charged. Like, wow, man, this, you know, I felt like, you know, I was feeling the charge of everything. But then I left that, I know, I crashed in my car. I literally got in. I mean, no, I don't mean I crashed my car. Excuse me. Let me word this different. I forgot. I'm meaning I fell asleep. I forgot. Mean crashed is a metaphor up here. Like, hey, did you crash? Meaning like you fell asleep. You crashed. Like you. I don't mean I crashed my car. I got into the parking lot. I just wanted to rest for a couple seconds after I got out of there, and then I fell asleep. And I woke up saying, "Where am I?" And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I'm in my car." I passed out. Like I not really was that drunk either. I had a couple beers, not enough to pass me out, but I did. I felt like all that stimulation, all this outgoing stuff, and I was like, you know, I get out, and before I could even leave the parking lot, I fell asleep at my car, and I've done that a couple of times. And then I wake up and I'm like, what, you know, look around. I'm like, oh, I can't believe it. Then I realized where I was, and I had a deep sleep for maybe 20 minutes, maybe something like that. I was deeply sleeping, like I was that exhausted. And then I drive home, and then I'm like, all right, I'm settling down. I felt like I had enough. You know, you were hyped. Yes, I was very hyped. But that's why I said when I originally said crashed, I thought, oh, and I said I crashed in my car. I'm like, whoa, whoa, wait a minute. Don't take that wrong. Maybe that, you know, but yes, I was hyped up. But I tell you, like within minutes after I left that and they were closing down, I told you I passed out right in my car, and I wasn't, like I said, I was a little buzzed, not by much. I mean, I usually kind of sip beers. I don't get hammered. I wasn't like passed out from alcohol. I usually regulate how much I drink, but I tell you, yeah, I felt like I needed that sleep. That's how hyped up I was. I've even gone to cookouts with friends, go over there, and I feel okay for the first couple hours. Then I know it's time to leave. I've left and all of a sudden start feeling drowsy. Like I'm like, oh my gosh, I was drained. I mean, sometimes you know, this is after I started discovering myself, after I realized, has this been my whole life? This must have been how I've been all my life, and I didn't even know this. And then you realized, oh my gosh, I'm tired here. But all I did was go to a cookout. And then same thing. I mean, there was one time I did that, and I had to find a parking lot just to like, you know, put the seat back and like, you know, lay back for a couple of minutes and just like sleep. And this is in the broad daylight. Now these are some of those extreme examples where that kind of like stimulation just rapidly drains us, whether we know it or not. We don't want it to happen, but when we settle down, that we get exhausted. I've felt that on hand a couple of times. Okay, Jethro, uh, definitely another level. Yep, Van Fox. You even learned about the MBTI golden pair. I had a chat up there. I don't know if you've seen it. Golden pair. Have you ever learned about the MBTI golden pair? I don't know what that is, Jethro. You got to help me out with that one. And tell me what that is. The golden pair. All right. I'm not sure about that. Oh, actually, I'm going to try to think. Is that like when they try to put those romantic matches together? Is that what that is? Where you got like, okay, the best match for like this type is that type. Is that what you mean? Like INFJ's ideal golden pair would be um, probably be somebody that would have to be an extrovert, probably. You'd want like if I, they'd say that you'd have to have somebody that would be bring out something a little more in you. Two introverts would kind of cancel each other out, and one that was probably another introvert though, and an extroverted introvert maybe, um, and maybe another feeler, and maybe a P like an ESFP would that be it? Do you think that would be an ideal match? I'm just trying to think if is that compatible match? That's what I'm asking too. I think that's what I'm explaining now. I think after I thought about it, you're right. I think it's compatible matches. Let me know if that would be like an ESFP. Would that be a good match for like an INFJ type, for example? Or I'm just kind of thinking in my head, what would be a good one? If I could pick the perfect girl, and I could pick the perfect counter for her personality to match mine, what would she have to be? Well, yeah, she'd have to be an extroverted, probably intuitive, but also, she'd have to have a little bit of a feeler side, and maybe a little more spontaneous to match my, yeah. Well, or would that be one that you keep bumping heads? Would that be one that's clashing? Because sometimes they clash. If they're too opposite, you get one that's like an INFJ. He's introverted, and all of a sudden you get one that's extremely extroverted, and she wants you to go places all the time, and she wants you to constantly meet friends, and she's so extroverted, and then you end up not doing things together. You see. So that could be one that clashes. So you have to have that one that's a little bit extroverted, but not overly, but also one that has a sensitive side and one that can understand the way you think a little bit, have an idea of how your intuition thing works. So it have to be a good balance there. But yeah, I saw that. I came out extroverted, made groups of friends on autopilot mindset. I took a stepped back for a second now, and I got people asking me if I'm depressed, sad, or angry when just starting ATA wall at a wall. Oh, now I came out extroverted. I saw that I came out extroverted, made groups of friends on autopilot mindset. Oh, okay. I took a step back from, okay. I got people asking if you were depressed, sad, or angry when I was just starting at wall. Oh, so that was like one experience you had there. Yeah. Hey, so anyway, as far as that, yeah, as far as the golden pair goes, yeah, I would imagine. No, the golden pair is a whole MBTI. Oh, wait, did I get that one wrong? Okay, you already answered, Jethro. Excuse me, I didn't read this one. No, the golden pair of the whole MBTI is an INFJ and an INTP. Oh, so that's out of the whole MBTI, that's the golden pair. So that's like the ideal matchup right there. That's it. INTP, INFJ. Okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Yes. Oh, okay. I know. I kept thinking extrovert. See, what do I know? I was just trying to think of like, if I was to think about it, like, I thought maybe, maybe if you were an introverted intuitive, you'd want somebody just a little bit extroverted just to counter because you got to kind of be somewhat opposite. Opposites attract somewhat. I was just piecing together. I didn't know that though. That's interesting. So that's the ideal golden pair. I didn't know they did that. See, now Jethro wants to start his own YouTube channel about INFJs. Now, this is stuff that you have. You have your own distinctive things and interest and things like that. Now, that would be good for your channel. You could come up with a whole, gosh, you could come up with a whole like video on the golden pair. Come up with the whole thing, the golden pair, MBTI, and just describe all the different like combinations and how that would be the best one, and then maybe come up with the second best one, the third best one, fourth best, etc. So you're onto something though. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. You know, I had a chat. Okay, Jethro. Yes. Okay. So all right, I had a chat up there. You missed about. Yes. No, I did see that after I finally saw that, and I just commented on that. Yeah, pal. All right. I get it now though. So that was the golden pair. I just thought it was like maybe it was universal, and I thought maybe it was a compatible. Maybe I was thinking of it more like it was a compatible pair. You know what I mean? But that's an interesting one though. I'll tell you. Yeah, I can't believe I've been doing this for 3 hours already. How do you like that? How do you like that? Well, anyway, people, let me check. I mean, I was actually on the verge. Listen, people, I've said this before. It's been a while. We were on the verge. Anybody who has been following this channel, our channel, anybody that is a subscriber to this channel is part of the channel. It's not my channel. It's our channel. Just so you know. Okay. So our channel, if you are subscribed to this channel, is currently holding at 799 subscribers. Okay. So if anybody's out there that likes this content, that would like to cause a massive celebration of actually for the new milestone of 800, yeah, feel free to subscribe. Yeah, if you are new here and you like what you get, we are currently one subscriber away from 800. That will be just a new milestone. That will be it. Okay. That's when I started this broadcast, we were at 797. So we went up two. While during this whole broadcast. So anyway, I just thought I'd throw that out there a little bit, people. So then if you subscribe to this channel, you won't just be a subscriber. You'll be part of this community, part of this safe haven. What do you think, huh? How's that for a sales pitch, huh? How do you like that, huh? Okay. All right. But anyway, so I kind of like that idea, though. That's kind of neat. So there is a golden pair. So that is the absolute golden pair then, huh? Yeah. Something tells me that, know why they picked those two? Because, typically you got to figure too, personality types. I bet you some that have more of a tendency to be loyal, more loyal than others. And I bet you some personality types, some of the higher like sensing ones might be more apt to be now, not to say it's all just broad and just any of that stuff. But I think some of the types might be more apt to be more flirtatious or maybe more apt to not be as committed to their partner. Now, perhaps the INFJ and the INTP, as you said before, Jethro, those two types have a certain bond because there's a certain like committed loyalty between certain feeler types and introverted types. I mean, being that introverts are usually to themselves anyway, and a lot of times I think they tend to be somewhat solitary. I mean, as you know, if you're an INFJ, and we have a similarity. I don't know. A lot of us are solitary, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that our relationships don't last very long. At least I know that's with me. Not now. You get the right combination of a personality type that really matches you, like an INTP. I mean, you get somebody that's instead of a feeler, you got a thinker. So that's an opposite offset right there, and one that's more of a perceiver than a judger. So you have a couple of offsets there that are just enough to kind of jazz it up, spice up that relationship, that bond. But they're both introverted intuitive, so they understand each other's mind and they understand that intuition. They kind of have that probably almost that they're probably almost like both empathetic in a sense. I mean, maybe there's a level of empathy that the INTP has. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm just asking. But maybe that's a good combination where they both have a genuine, lasting love that's loyal, and that's why it's like the ideal pair. See, I'm just troubleshooting it. I'm kind of teaching myself as I go along. I'm thinking about that combination, thinking that's got to be why it is the ideal pair. Why it have to be the golden pair, as you call it, right? Okay, Jethro. Okay, Jethro, you wrote, my best relationship have been with INFPs, ENFJs, INTP. Golden pair is real. I have a best friend of 30 years, INTP. The mother of my kids is an INTP. Oh, the mother of your kids. I take it now that you say that makes it sound like you're not, when you say the mother of your kids, is that not necessarily your wife? Are you still together with her? Or are you like separated and she has your children? But I would imagine if it was your 30-year relationship, INTP, you've been together for 30 years, the mother of your kids, it seems like it'd be more than a friendship. That would be more like a relationship. That would be more like almost a marriage, whether or not it's a sanctioned marriage. I don't know. I don't know how that works, but no, I'm just wondering if you're still together. Makes it sound like, you know, you didn't refer to her as your wife or your girlfriend, or I didn't know. But she's the mother of your kids. Okay. But either way, yeah, but if it works for you, that 30 years, no, my best friend for 30 years. Okay. All right. And also the mother of your kids. Okay. All right. All right. I mean, I'm just trying to, I mean, that's just, usually, like I said, you put more of a title on there. Like if you're not married, I understand that, but not like you're, yeah, I get it. You know. Okay. But hey, if that worked for you, but that was a good one though. But that's like I said, that would be a good kind of that would be an excellent video for you on your channel. The ideal golden pair. So you'd have a lot of different material. That's another thing too about having that YouTube channel that you're talking about, Jethro, is yeah, just the creativity. I didn't mention that before when I was talking about it. Sometimes I struggle with like thinking about what to say, like what do I do for a video? What topic? What do I do? And sometimes I'm like I'm held back. And occasionally I get like analysis paralysis, or that kind of block, that mental block where you're thinking too hard to come up with something that nothing comes up. Yeah. And then you have to kind of think of things, you just have to. Sometimes I'll just put the radio, excuse me, the phone in, and I'll set the thing up, and I'll think, okay, what do I do? And I'll stand here thinking to myself, okay, what do I do? And then I'll hit record, then and then I go a few 5 minutes in, and it's like, well, I start trying to come up with an idea. No, I don't like this. Then I stop. Then I might erase that one. I'll stop it and I'll just cut. I didn't like that. And then it's like, okay, but it's a warm up. It was a warm up, and then I hit it again, and then I come up with something similar but a little different, and then I just start, okay, let me do this. And some of mine are just like that. It's like they're just kind of, I think them up, and I start talking. They're kind of like, oh, and then, like I try to plan for them as much as I can, but a lot of times, I try to think. Sometimes I have a good plan in my head. I'll be working, and a couple nights before, and then I'll be thinking, hey, I got an idea. I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to talk about. Then I just putting it right down, and then I'll go home. I'll write down some like 5 different things on a list, and I know right away what I'm going to do. I plan it right out. But it's not always like that. But creativity is all part of these videos too. I just have to think of something good to say, something that's going to be entertaining, not necessarily entertaining, something informative, something that's smart too, something that's really intelligent, something that's, understandable. It can't just be, it can't be just anything. It's got to be something that is heartfelt. But again, a lot of it has to do with the way I think and the way my experiences are, and just like what goes on inside my own mind. And that's basically all I can base it on is my own experience there. Okay, what'd you say there, Jethro? My best friend is an INTP, 30 years, and the mother of my kids, and is an INTP. I was with her for 8 years. Then we broke up. Then we broke up. My best friend is my male friend. Oh, well, are you saying, okay, wait, so there's, oh, all right. Is that what it is? I'm trying to think. I mean, so you got a best friend. I thought, I, okay, so there's two. You have the best friend is the mother of your child. Okay. I was with her for 8 years. Then we broke up. Oh, but your best friend is a buddy of yours, a friend of yours. Okay. All right. You made it sound like there was one. I didn't know it was two. All right, sounds like you got two. All right, you got kids, but you're also got a good friend of yours. All right, okay, I didn't know that. Yes, okay. I was a little confused the way you were wording it. I thought it was one. I thought it was one, but you didn't just. Now you spelled it out a little better, and I get it now. All right. Yeah, but you heard that about the creativity I was just talking about. I just have to. Sometimes you have to just think about a certain topic that you gotta kind of talk about, and I go through that a lot where I try to just think about a certain category or a topic or something like that. But usually it comes to me. Usually it does. So, and where are we now? We are, yeah, we're still there. Okay. Yeah. So does anybody? So we now have 11 people watching. Yeah, that's actually climbing pretty well. That's actually kind of cool. All right. So any of the 11 out there, like I said, if it's anybody that's now anybody who's out there would like to chime in, you can at any time. And I'm reading these comments as they come in, and I try to answer as many questions as I can to the best of my ability and to the best of my knowledge as I can. So if anybody'd like to know a little bit more, understand a little more, feel free. Feel free to come on in here. But if you're okay just listening, just hanging out, that's okay too. That's okay too. We're not pressuring you to do that, okay? I like it either way. I'm just saying that, don't be shy. Don't be shy. And if you're brand new here, welcome. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the channel, I should say. And if I'm helping out in any way, I would think you're sticking around for a reason. You want to know a little bit. Maybe you're very interested in the MBTI. Maybe you have a certain rare personality type, which is also what we are, which we're talking about INFJ. But maybe you're a different type. It doesn't matter. But either way, you're interested in sticking around here. You want to know what this is all about. But I'm trying to just make sure you are as comfortable as possible. I guess that's what I do. You know what I mean? I just want you to know you're doing all right. Okay? Yeah, that's all. How do you describe a Sigma INFJ from an ordinary INFJ? Whoa, Jethro wants to talk about the Sigma male, huh? Wow. Um, uh, that's a good question. You know what? I hear so many different things. There was this one Sigma um, channel that I was listening to about a month ago, and sometimes like he was called Hierarchies of Man, and yeah, and I want to help get to your monetization with watch hours. Well, yeah, that's helping out definitely too. Yeah, this is definitely helps. That's part of what these channels do as well. But I think the Sigma versus the regular INFJ, um, like I said, I put a short out about 6 months ago, and somehow it just took off after a while. At that time, I think you have to ask yourself what exactly is the difference between Sigma and an INFJ. Now, I did put a video out about that, but I think bottom line is I think the Sigma is basically that's one that has basically been is found their they have found their awakening. Yeah, they are the awakened INFJ. They are the ones that have forged through and have attained a level of experience and knowledge and just insight, and they're completely content. Basically, it's an inner um, level of contentment where they're self-sufficient, they're independent, and they're also they don't need really any recognition. They don't need any anything. I mean, they're very they're whole in their selves. They're whole in their mind. Now, I think INFJs are forging that way. I think a lot of times INFJs are the regular that are not Sigmas. I think they're introverts, they're loners, they're lone wolves. I think lone wolves and Sigmas are different. Yeah, I think there is a difference. I mean, you can say a Sigma is a lone wolf, but not all lone wolves are Sigmas. And I think that the younger, let's say, INFJ is developing, is forging, is shaping. I think a lot of times, they still have conflict, or they still have bouts with their need for validation. They still crave love. They still crave connection. They still crave, uh, maybe intimacy. Not to say a Sigma doesn't do that, but the need for it. It's not like it's something that they have to have. But also, I think Sigmas too are also very complete in like their whole and the way they conduct their businesses too. I mean, a lot of times you think Sigmas are uh, they just are they have more purpose and things like that. They purpose, but their purpose is not necessarily geared always outside and things like that. It's always geared for their best interest. And also Sigmas are very much more emotionally intelligent, where they put less out. They put less reaching out for others, and they know enough to prioritize their help. Let's say they're smart. They're more intelligent, and I'm sure there's a lot more ways I could describe that. My gosh, I've watched a number of those AI videos that describe the Sigma as well, and sometimes they say stuff like I'm saying, but you know, um, I mean that's basically part of it. Have you ever seen Hierarchies of Man? Now he started getting into like talking about how Sigmas have genetics, that there's genetic like warrior traits that come from a Sigma, that these Sigma males, so it's all about Sigma male, right? And that certain Sigma males, like they have these certain characteristics about them, like physical characteristics. Oh, and they all had a distinctive blood type. Yeah, they're O negative. He said that even their blood type is O negative or O positive. O is a telltale for like a male, like a Sigma male. But then it goes more than that. It's like that's primary at their blood type and their hemoglobins that are in their blood. I don't know if I could understand. I don't know how much I could really think that this guy was anything legitimate or anything. He was getting a little bit more into like science and blood types and bone structure in the face. He even said that Sigmas have a certain hairline. They have a certain like widow's peak, where they have a high temple like cut in their hairline, and they had a certain like even the eye sockets. He was trying to say that it was all physical, and then like even said like the hand. There's a certain like size of their hand and the prominence of their knuckles. I was watching this video. I don't know how much I can believe about that guy. I think he was getting a little too deep. I haven't really seen him much lately, but I think a lot of it. I'm going to say personality more. It's all about it's just in how complete they are in their soul. That's what it fundamentally boils down to, is how complete they have found, and they've forged on, and they've gone through their completion. They're a male that is, or just a Sigma is somebody, but also they have a certain aura about them because they're empathetic. They're of course they're introverted intuitives mostly. These sigmas are, and also they have a certain aura about them because they've also reached the level of their their empathy, and they're able to like they throw out a certain aura and they also take them in. Like I always talk about that, how we have a way of projecting out an aura with our empathy. As much as we absorb them, we also put out a certain uh, aura about us as well. And I talk about that. Now, Sigma man, it's the Sigma, the evolved Sigma is somebody that is aware of this and has reached that point, reached that pinnacle of their life, that they're fully understanding that and have mastered their own mind. They have mastered their own emotions, and no longer are they struggle with. They don't struggle anymore. They don't have their conflicts in their heart anymore. They don't ache anymore because they've been forged through. But it's took most of their life to find this, and they've spent many years going through that to find it. I mean, this is some of the fundamentals, I think. I mean, you can go into more, some of them like they study martial arts, or usually they're, you know, you could get into like more details about their physicality or like their physical regiment. You could, but I mean, I don't think that totally defines Sigmas. I don't think Sigmas all have to have that. That's part of them to an extent, maybe, but a lot of it has to do with their mental discipline and how refined their mind is spiritually, mentally, and emotionally, basically. Okay, well, I hope that answered it. That's the way I'd answer that question. Okay, well, good question, Jethro. Excellent question. I do love questions like that, though. Okay, okay. I'm going to see. Vamp Fox chimed in. One is more evolved, dealt with more crap. Yes, absolutely. Yes, and I think Sigmas, INFJs are good at following, leading, and being a lone wolf. Following, leading, and being a lone wolf. Yeah, that's basically it. And Jethro, you said crazy. I have a widow's peak. You do. Yeah. Well, you look at my hairline here, and I got that. Yeah. I mean, I got tons of hair. That's one thing I have no. That's one thing I have no shortage of is hair. Sometimes I see hair in the tub where it falls out, and I say, "Gosh, am I going bald?" No, it just keeps growing back. Even at 61 years old, this thing it just keeps going. I mean, my hair is just what it is. But yeah, but it says something about a widow's peak. Also, that guy was saying that there's physical characteristics of a Sigma male, and a lot of it has to do with that warrior gene. But he also, if you ever see it, look up Hierarchies of Man. I don't know if you've seen that dude. He's kind of, I think he's AI. That's one thing I wasn't sure. He's kind of real stiff, and when he talks, I thought he was AI. I really did. But I mean, he's very smart, very knowledgeable. Whatever's being said, but it's interesting. I don't even think he's real. And but my point is, he was going into this detail about prominent knuckles and the size of hands because the warriors needed hands like that. It was just a natural, like genetic way that they were built, and that they also had it was something in the hairline, the widow's peak or the prominent like high temple, hairline and things like that. And then he said something about the chin, like the chins are usually like very defined, like sharp, like the jaw. The jaw kind of is prominent, like squared off. You know what I mean? And like a defined, very masculine jaw. And eyes, the eyes are a piercing eye, and the sockets are usually shadowy sockets, eye sockets that are built for like when you're in the heat of battle, you naturally are deflecting like the the glare naturally. So you have a shadowy eyes, and your eyes are sunk back in your head a little bit. I'm telling you, I was thinking, I was thinking how deep it went. Just how is there's physical traits and blood types talking about Sigmas. But I mean, that's the only place I've ever heard that kind of thing was on that channel. And I thought, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that looks like me. That's all the stuff I got. And I couldn't believe it. I mean, I think I got O blood too. I thought I remember doing a blood test as a kid, and I know I got O blood. I can't remember if it's negative or positive. I just remember doing a blood test probably when I was in third grade. We did the little test, and I came up with O blood. And then I thought, and then as he was describing the O, I says, "Is it O? Is it O?" And he says, "It was O negative." Like, oh my gosh. So I don't know. But you think you got the widow's peak. Do you have any of those other physical characteristics? The shadowy eyes and the sockets and the piercing eyes and the glare. A lot of these different things. You know, I don't know. But I've thought, oh my gosh, I got all that stuff. I don't believe anything physical. I believe it's all mental. See, that's why I'm skeptical, Vamp. I mean, I'm kind of skeptical of that channel. I was just, like I said, he looked AI, all right? Whether it's physical or not. I just think it's a lot of it has to do with spirit and mental. Um, you know, but it could be something to it. You ever see like Sigma males, especially? There's a certain characteristic. I mean, whether it's genetic or not. I mean, and if it is, I mean, either way, I feel like I now now Jethro. Yeah, it's a crazy. You got a widow's peak. Yeah, okay. I don't know, but anyway, that's pretty much the way I'd answer that. But I still have a lot of. I'm going to test my blood, and if it's O, look for O positive. Yeah, it's either O negative or positive. I guess there's a certain rare percentage it's negative. It's definitely, and then or positive. It's O type. Yeah, but do you have all the other characteristics, Jethro? Do you got the sockets with the shadowy eyes and the furrowed, the square jaw, the other stuff I mentioned. I the there was I can't remember. There was a couple other things in there too. Oh, and like I said, the prominent knuckles, like large hands with prominent knuckles, not the. Usually, some guys have these smaller hands, and they're like they just kind of merge together. You don't see the prominent knuckles. I remember thinking I've always had the hands like that. My hands have always been large, and I've always had knuckles like that. It's almost like a warrior gene. So you can throw a punch, and that's a weapon right there. And it's like a genetic warrior thing. But I think a lot of it, I kind of took that with just, I heard it, and I was like thinking, really, come on, does it get into the physicality? Is there physical genetic traits to Sigma male? He was going deep into like these different like aspects of Sigmas. And that's what his whole channel is, like hierarchy of man. But like again, like I said, I'm looking at him thinking he looked AI. Sometimes he sits there in like this beanbag chair with his leg crossed, and he doesn't blink much, and he's sitting there, he's stiff. And I keep looking, thinking, I'm having to question whether it's AI, but I don't know. But yeah, I was thinking of taking a blood test too, but then I found out it was $9.99 for a test to get from Amazon. I thought, nah, I don't think it's worth it though. I don't know if I'm going to pay that money. I don't know if I'd pay for it. If I could get a free test, I would, but I don't even want to pay money to get the test. You know what I mean? That's all. So, all right. So how's we? Oh my gosh, 4 hours. I've been here 4 hours already. Yes, and we are still at 799 subscribers. Can you give us the 800? Anybody out there? Would anybody like to subscribe to this channel? What do you think? All the best I have to offer here is just insight. This channel, it offers insight into the mind, into the psychology, into the intricate workings of the INFJ mind. Okay. That's all I have to offer is just understanding your type, understanding who you are. And if you are not necessarily that personality type, you will learn more about your psychology and the inner workings of your being on this channel than most other channels might have to offer. Okay? That's what this channel is. And when you subscribe to this channel, you're not just a subscriber. You're a member. You're one of us. How's that for a sales pitch, huh? I'm just kidding, people. You know what? I told you, it's like jumping into that. It's just jumping into that role for a second. You know what I mean? And then you jump right back out. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, anyway, that's okay. Gee, I think I just lost 3 people. I hope people didn't go away because of that, huh? All right, maybe they'll come back. Huh? I was averaging out about 12 people at a time there. But yeah. Anyway, that was a great question, Jethro. I appreciate that one. Yes, absolutely. Um, but if has anybody, I love learning about the psychology behind my personality type. Well, yes. Thank you, Vamp Fox. Of course you do. I mean, I think that's pretty much. I think that's something that ties us into. That's what something that ropes us into our personalities. That we need to know about ourselves. We kind of crave it. We want it because yeah. Why wouldn't we be? Because it's a major piece of a piece of puzzle, and we've been doing that our whole lives. Only because we've turned to religion, we've turned to science. Well, man, a lot of times we might have turned to our spirit. We've turned to meditation. We've listened to who and whatever we could in order to decipher. And not only that, we've just we've just embarked into the depths of our mind many times in our life, just in our introversion, and that's our natural. That is our natural place to go. We have nowhere else to go. I mean, this is sometimes when we're so down, lone, and when we have nowhere to go, we have our mind. We have that soul, that lone introversion. Even though we're alone, we know that we're the one we can trust the most. When we're by ourselves, when we're thinking, at least we have our best interest, and nobody's going to take advantages of us when we're on our own. And at that point there, we have the laboratory. We have this vast, intricate laboratory of our mind, of our intuition that's there just to ask questions, piece things together, even pray. A lot of times too, when I'm in my bunker zones, Vamp, I mean, I turn to God too. I mean, I think naturally when we're down, when we're upset, when we're feeling low, when we're feeling empty, we tend to also turn inner, and we look for our spirit. I mean, we're also very spiritual too. I mean, I would hope most of us are. Even atheistic people have a certain level of spiritual something. They believe in something higher than themselves, or they look somewhere. I mean, I don't know what their mindset is because I believe in God, and I turn inward too. I turn into to try to find something deeper, and I think that's a lot of times I ask that question, and in fact, I said that during a live. And sometimes, a lot of times, these answers come to me as I'm speaking to you, and I'm like, a lot of times that's what I mean when I just start talking into a camera or start talking to you. A lot of times things just reveal. I said, well, why are we always alone? Why would God leave us to be this isolated soul? Why would He make us this way? Well, this is our life, where we can't come out of it, where you see, when we're drained around people, and we have to revert in. And my conclusion was because we're in a sense chosen in a way, and I'm going to tell you why. Because a lot of times when you are in pain, when you're in your depression state, you're sad, you're alone, you feel isolated. What do? You look inward, you look for answers, you reach, you're trying to grasp for some kind of something higher than you. You want peace, you want to feel loved, you want to feel completed, but you're alone. Well, where do you go? You go deeper into your mind. But then all of a sudden, you start talking to that God that you've heard of, that you've been hearing about. There's something, the creator of the universe, somebody who created everything, the one from the Bible. Yeah. And all of a sudden you ask questions. God, why am I alone? God, can you save me? God, can you comfort me? God, can you be there? Something. Give me some answers to the riddle of my life. So we go further inward. So He leaves us alone to search for Him, to pine for Him. That was my answer. Because if we're comfortable and we're always in comfort, and we're always feeling pampered, we feel like the world itself is somehow given us comfort. We're not going to search. We're not going to grow for that. We're going to be content in the world. The senses, into people's love, people's company, whatever it may be, we're going to become comfortable that way. And we're not going to search. We're not going to look inward into our soul for that comfort, that love from God. And that's why. That is why we are left alone as introverts. So we are searching. Okay? So anytime people understand that when you are, just know that's the answer. This answer came to me one time, just like I said, this is the second time I've said it, but it came to me as somebody answered I can't remember what it was. It was just during a live like this, and I just said that. I said, that's the answer. But I've been asking this question for years. I've been asking this question to God. Why? And you want an answer, and it's not there. It's not there. But God will reveal that answer when He's ready. And I started talking, and my own ears were being taught by my mouth right here. And that was the last broadcast. So I thought, well, that's basically what it sounded like. That's why. Okay. So true. Yes, absolutely. I see a bunch of hearts floating over there. Who's doing the hearts? 100%. Oh, somebody's liking that. Who's doing that? Marlene. Marlene, oh, excuse me, Marlene, the WNC Mountain. So true. Hello, Marlene. Oh, that's a brand new name. Well, welcome to the program. Welcome to this channel, Marlene. Were you giving me all them hearts and all the 100? Was that you? Well, thank you if it was. You got me talking, okay? That was just my little bit of a heartfelt, hey, that's why we're left alone. Listen, that's why INFJs are alone. That's one of the reasons, okay? I asked, how many times have we asked that question? That's the answer, people. We wouldn't look for him if we didn't have, if we were comfortable in our world, okay? So that's all by design. That's why I say it is all by design, okay? That's all. All right, awesome. Well, thank you. Well, Marlene. Marlene, is it? I'm going to say it's Marlene, the WNC Mountains. I'm going to wait. WNC Mountains, West North Carolina. What is WNC? I'm trying to think. Can anybody tell me what is the WNC Mountain? Maybe you could tell me where those mountains are. If that's a mountain range, Mountain Rockies, the Black Mountain. Yes, Black Mountains. Oh, Black Mountains. WNC Mountains. Trying to think. I've heard of the Black Mountains. Grand Tetons, no. Colorado Rocky Mountains, Appalachian Mountains. Is that in the United States? North Carolina. Oh, NC. Okay. Thank you. Black Mountains are in. Okay, it does say WNC. I thought I said West North Carolina. Is it Western North Carolina? Is that where they are? Close to Asheville. Oh, okay. Is that in North Carolina, close to Asheville? Okay, that's the Black Mountains then. Oh, nice. Okay. Well, I welcome you. Like I said, I mean, you're a new face here, a new name here, and anytime you see me doing a live, yeah. Now, yeah, but you obviously were drawn in somehow. That's good. Oh, that's awesome. North Carolina. Yeah. Yeah, nice meeting you too. Thank you. Yeah, you must have liked that little bit of a talk about. That must have kind of got you. Hey, but that's pretty much what it was. Not only that too, I tell you about my mom. My mom was, I think, I told you, some of you people have heard this before. Some of you that have been regular here. I think my mom was an INFJ as well. And she used to say stuff like that all the time. She used to make those, say those things to me growing up. She's passed away now. She's passed on, but I still have memories of her and stuff. But I do remember her having these very deep spiritual conversations with me and my brothers, And she used to say things like that all the time, But she always welled up a little bit. She welled up like she really felt it too sometimes. That's what makes me think, my gosh. And then just knowing my mom in other ways, just knowing she had that piercing stare about her, she had certain qualities. I think she was an INFJ, Okay, yes, INFJs that seek God in these times and try to understand the whole life. 53 years asking so many questions. Yes, they seek God in these times to try to understand the why of life. Yes, 50, yeah. and our that's where we find it. I mean, that's in our solitude. These are in our mind, in the depths of the minds. These are where these questions come from. These are where we learn to know. We figure out where God is or who God is. We ask those questions. Absolutely. No, see, I guess were you the one sending all those hearts in there and stuff? Somebody was. I'm gonna guess that must have been you, Mar, Mar, Marion? Oh, Marion. Is it Marion or Marlene? Okay. Mari. It's Marion. Okay, is that what it is? Marion, right? I said Marlene. I do. Forgive me if I mispronounced your name. Yes, as an INFJ, I mean my all is him. Yep, and in solitude. Okay. Yes, absolutely. That's basically. I think that's where it is. That's why we're very spiritual in ways. Um, Oh, I was some of the hearts too. Okay, all right. That's why I'm asking. I didn't know. I thought it's either Vamp Fox or Marion. I mean, I was just trying. I seen a bunch of them flowing up there when I was saying all that. So, but I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. No, we. Oh, you got a blue one and a green one. All right. There you go. All right. Um, yeah. But anyway, that's pretty much why. But that's the whole depths of the INFJ. It's just that we have so many segments to our personality, and I think a lot of them, though, when you think about the very nucleus of who we are, we're introverted, intuitive, and of course we're loners, and we're isolated a lot, and we're in our mind all the time. And the nucleus of who we are, the whole core center, has to be that intuition, and of course our mind. And that's where we find, that's where these answers, these questions go. And we've been answering hey, you know what? We've been answering those questions since we were children. I can't, I know that. Even at like, what, 4 or 5 years old, when maybe, now I want to ask you something, people. Now, there's a lot of these channels and a lot of these videos talk about how INFJs are, they're traumatized. They're traumatized souls, and they've been hurt, and they had no one to turn to. In fact, I have a video about that. I've had a video called the Frankenstein syndrome. I kind of came up with my own kind of diagnosis, and I was taking all this, and a lot of times INFJs, yeah, we learn this. We become introverted because we have nobody to turn to. We don't have our parents to basically we skin our knee, we run home, and our mom puts a band-aid on our cut. We didn't have that growing up. Maybe mom was working, or maybe she was busy. You see what I mean? We weren't like that. A lot of times we were growing up and we didn't have anybody to turn to. So yeah, we went and put that band-aid on ourselves. Well, we got a little bit infected until we had to put a band-aid on it, until somebody took notice, whatever it might have been. And but we learned to take care of ourselves, bottom line. So we became hyper independent, and that's where the independence comes from. And I've talked about that before too. But I think a lot of times is during those. That's where we forged too. Is that when that introversion was said, and we also were just it was so, as children, even if we were thinking at young children, we were asking questions. Even then, same questions, maybe in a different way, maybe a more innocent light at that time, maybe a more like a much more innocent light. But yeah, God in a way protected us in His own way. I mean, whether we know it or not, whether you believe that or not, we were somehow protected. We were. I mean, we were given some kind of introverted intuition where we were able to think things out and figure things out, and we had no choice because we had to rely on just us. And so all our life we turned to that inside, inside of us. But the thing is, people, sometimes as sad as it might be, sometimes to be isolated, it's comfort. Yeah, our sadness in some way comforted us because we had that seemed to be when if we were sad, we knew we were reaching, we were forging on, and that comfort turned into a reach, something that it's hard to describe. So that's why we never let that sadness go. And a lot of times we kind of tap back into that on occasions through our life. It's like that's the only real comfort. It's almost like, as funny as it may sound, that is a comfort in a sense. Is that when we find that, you may think, oh, come on, man, what is comfort? Happiness is comfort. We want to find happiness. Well, an INFJ, I mean, yeah, we try to be happy, but it's not quite the same thing. It's like because we filled ourselves a certain way, we ended up finding comfort in like solitude and sadness. And that sadness is what invoked these questions, invoked these longings, these pinings, even though we were alone at it and sad at it, but invoked certain things within us to reach. So we found comfort in that in some strange way. I know it's kind of backwards, it seems baffling, but yeah. But the thing is, sometimes as NFJs, even as adults, occasionally, um, I think we run back to sadness because that's all we really know, because it's a kind of a sense of comfort in a sense, because we know it's going to invoke certain things in us that are going to reach. And even though it's a sadness, it's all we really know. And it's kind of like an unescaping thing that we go through too. Oh, all right. But all right. I, I got to get out of this one. No, I mean, not to get out of it, but I think I've explained it quite a bit. Vamp Fox, I was allergic to Band-Aids. Oh, really? You probably, let me guess, you were allergic to the stick part, the part that stuck to the adhesive that stuck to you. I bet you that was it, the glue that held it on, because that's usually what, yeah, there you go. That's usually what the allergy is. It's not so much the gauze, it's that part. I've heard of that. I've heard of that. Where you get those little, like rashes that develop around the that spot. In fact, there's been certain band-aids I put on, I think I've had like they weren't comfortable. You could feel like little rashes and stuff, or they itched a little more than other band-aids. Depended on, hey, I think it depended on how cheap it was. If it was those cheap generic band-aids, the ones that didn't use the really good glue, yeah, they'd probably do that. But then there were certain other ones that used a different glue. It wasn't as bad. It depended on what manufacturer it was too. I remembered. But I think you're right. I think you're right. I had to go with like a certain brand of Band-Aid. Or, I never liked those plastic ones. I kind of like the cloth ones that go around a little better. You know what I mean? Yeah, those are good. And they're a little more flexible. And they're breathable. The plastic ones didn't hold as good, you know. So I put a lot of band-aids on myself through the years as well. You know what I mean? Not just from skin knees, but just from my hands, just nicking up my hands from work. I mean, cutting my fingers open from working and stuff. You got to put band-aids on and stuff like that. So yeah, definitely put quite a few on there. Oh, okay, Jethro. Jethro's back. Okay, man, what you got going on here? We got I never had much of a childhood. Damage. I never had much childhood damage because very young. I worked through it all in the moment, not like most INFJs that do go through damage and don't realize it till later in life. Uh, yeah, gets awkward when I work in the kitchen. Oh, oh yeah, cutting your fingers in the kitchen, definitely. So Jethro, you think you worked right through your moments and you kind of dealt with them in the moment, didn't really hold on to them. Yeah. Now, I mean, sometimes, I mean, it depends on like how old we are when this trauma happens, though. I mean, if we're too young, I mean, sometimes we don't really have a lot of reason. We just kind of absorb it. I mean, I feel like 3, 4, 5 years old when you're very impressionable, these traumas can just, yeah, they're there. They're definitely there in your mind. But I mean, when you're talking about realizing like dealing with them at the time, I mean, I know what you mean. As you get older, I think you're able to do that. Maybe a teenager, maybe well, especially a later teenager. Maybe you go off, you brood a little bit. But either way, when you got mad, when you got upset, when something bugged you, when somebody, whatever, said something or did something and you were mad, yeah, we always went off and brooded. I did. My mom used to call me a brooder. And I think that just means when you go off alone to think. That's a brood right there. And I did that a lot too. Whether I resolved things at the time, I think I got a little better at it. But there were some things that happened to me very early in my life that I didn't, that kept bubbling up in my mind for years after, that bugged me, that I remember, that I had to deal with. A lot of times that's true too, people. A lot of times some of our traumas will just keep resurfacing through our life. And depending on how you handle them in your life as an adult will depend on how well you're going to resolve them as well. And when you resent these, when you keep reliving them and you resent them in the moment, you keep resenting. That's what that means. Resent. You are resensing the whole event. Now, when you have a trauma, let's just say at 3 year old, you were beaten by, you know, maybe your mother, maybe your father, maybe a parent, or maybe an older sibling beat you when nobody was around. Let's just say, and okay, but you felt the scars of it, you felt the pain of it, and maybe you didn't tell anybody because you were too young. But then you were too young. But as you grew up, you would remember those. You would remember that. It would just be little flashes, like little like images, flashes of it happening, right? It would just be little bits and pieces of it. But right away, you'd either feel fear again. You would relive this fear. You would relive this anger for how you reacted. Now, as you grow older, these are things resurfacing up for you to face again in order for you to resolve. Now, through your prayer, through meditation, through silencing your still finding stillness in your mind, finding some kind of grace in your heart, basically through meditation, if you can separate your thoughts, you can see these things, but you have to understand, you have to train yourself to look at these traumas without hatred anymore, and actually look at them more from afar, like look at them like outside of you, like observe them and watch them without reacting to them, without reliving them. If you can do that, when you see these things come up without reliving them, without having them like in your mind, without them resurfacing, this is your way of forgiving them. This is your way of forgetting them, because you have to um, move past them. And it's for your sake. And if you start doing this, if you relive these things without feeling the hatred and anger of them in the moment, because that's going to just keep you there. But if you can do it emotionless and just observe them and just see them for what they are, they'll start to go away. And then you'll start to see that these roadblocks that have been in your mind from your traumas will begin to lift. They just go away. Eventually they leave your life if you practice it. But it has a lot to do with your prayer, your meditation, and your yeah, basically you asking for this kind of grace to give you the strength to do this kind of thing. And a lot of it has to do with like I said, your internal meditations as well. Okay. Yeah, let's see. What do we got here? Okay. Gets awkward when I'm in the kitchen. Saw that. John Shutter, retracted message. Okay, all right. And then you've got another one. Hello, John. John Shutter. That's a new name. Hello there. Um, my mother died when I was 4, and I grew up with my grandfather, who was very cruel. I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds like, so whatever I just said, I hope that's exactly what you probably needed to hear. John, let me ask you a couple questions. For one thing, hello, and welcome to the program. You're a new name here. And John, let me just ask you something. I know that's pretty rough. And you said you grew up, your grandfather was cruel to you. Now, um, now, do you still like have these reoccurring traumas come up from the cruelty? You got to learn to forgive your grandfather in some way. You really do. Now, Now, John, what I'm going to tell you is that forgiveness does not give somebody a free pass. You're not just saying, okay, I forgive somebody, meaning it's okay what they did. That's what a lot of times people misinterpret what forgiveness means. They think it means you're just giving them that. You're saying, okay, they did it to me. All right, I forgive. Like it's okay what they did. No, you're not doing that. You're alleviating your own stress. You're alleviating the trauma. What I just said about facing these traumas and facing these things in your heart. Remember what I just said that about a few minutes ago, how these things resurface. If somebody, and I actually said, what if somebody beat you or a parent or whatever? Maybe that's what triggered you. I don't know. But when you relive these things with anger and hatred over and over again, when you keep resenting them, you never get out of them. It's a constant loop that will keep you basically just down. It'll be a hurdle you won't get over. Okay? You have to learn to forgive this. And like I said, by finding out a way of just separating this and observing it without reacting to it. If you can get into a practice of not reacting to that trauma over and over again by seeing it for what it is, it'll eventually go away, and then it won't be a burden on you anymore. But it does. It takes a lot of prayer, and it takes a lot of like meditation. It takes a lot of discipline in your mind, of separating your mind from your inner stillness. And when you master this, when you do this, you will actually alleviate a lot of your problems. Again, great quote from Nelson Mandela. I never forgot this. I mean, resentment is like taking poison and hoping that it kills your enemies. Doesn't make sense, does it? In other words, that poison is ultimately killing you by resenting. It's just keeping you, and it's poisoning you. It's holding you back. It's keeping your mind thinking of that and swirling in with those thoughts over and over again. And you can't get over it. So it's poisoning you, right? So that's what I mean. That's what forgiveness means. Okay? Don't It's not giving a free pass. You are doing this to alleviate yourself. Okay? I hope that helped, John. I mean, I can honestly see from your statement that you made that must have had something in there. I hope that helped. Okay. Oh, I see a bunch of things floating around there. Thank you. You're welcome. You're absolutely welcome, sir. And again, welcome to this. Welcome here. Okay. All right. We got 12 watching. See, I don't know where this is steering right here. This is just taking a little turn here. But I like to see some of the new faces. I really do. I listen. I like seeing my old familiar people in there. I love everybody here, but I like to see new people here reaching out and they're looking for some kind of they want some kind of clarity. Yeah, they want something to they do. We do. We all do. And I hope that helped out a little bit, okay? Just so you know, I mean, I do have a video on meditation. In fact, I've been meaning to do that. A lot of times we have to practice a lot of finding our stillness, finding our calmness. I do have a video on meditation. It's in my inventory of videos. If you look at it's one of my earlier videos from the first month I did it. I think I recorded it like over 6 months ago. And it's one of my earlier videos where I was still starting out my channel. It's not a bad video, but it's just one of my older ones. When I was first starting out. And believe me, I look back at some of the older ones from the ones I got now, and they're okay, but I think I've come a long way. I mean, I think I'm speaking better. I have a little better way of just holding conversations and stuff like that. I think I got a little more practice in front of a camera. You know what I mean? But if you ever want to check that out, it's just called meditation. And I think the picture is kind of me, like with my eyes closed. And I describe a meditation exercise on there that might help you out a little bit. It'll just help you to keep centered, and it'll keep your thoughts a little more from swirling all the time. It'll keep you out of your thoughts, out of your head, right? Go with the flow. Absolutely, Vamp Fox. Yes, absolutely. Yes, we are going with the flow here for sure, right? So, but anyway, yeah, I'm glad to see some new people coming in there, and I'm glad you're sticking around, and I'm glad you are supporting the. Oh, hey, I have a celebrate. I have an announcement, people. We're up to 801. We did it. We did it. Hey, how about we throw some Hey, can we throw some little confetti on that screen there now? This will be the time. Let's have a drink, people. Have a big cheer. We're up to 801 subscribers. Okay. Hey, listen, we're forging on here. 800. Listen, people, that's another milestone. Hey, I see him. Thank you. Thank whoever's doing that. Thank you. Oh, they're just flying up like fireworks over there. Oh, hey, I didn't even see it. I was waiting for we were hovering at 799 for a long time. I kept checking. I'm like, where are we? Where are we? I just looked, right? And it says 801. I'm like, hey, two came in. I'm like, it went to 800, then 01. And I'm like, there we are. We're at 801. Yes. Yes. I nunchuk. Oh, Jethro, here we go. I nunchuk from anywhere from 2 hours to 10 hours in my meditation. Nunchuk. Jethro, were you the one that was asking about meditation, about starting meditation or something? Was that you, or was that somebody else? That was a couple of weeks ago. I was on a live broadcast, and they texted back that they were starting to meditate or something. I can't remember if that was you or not. But you nunchuk for anywhere for 2 hours to 10 hours, and wait, 2 to 10 hours of meditation. Yeah, that's quite a bit. That's quite a bit. I usually just before I go to bed, sometimes I close my eyes, and I sit up a little bit, and I just close my eyes, and I try to do my exercise. I just close my eyes and basically find that stillness, find that center of calm, that eye of the storm within your mind, within your mind's eye. I mean, you got to become very aware of your body, and just make sure you're very aware. The idea is to get out of your head. You see, a lot of times these swirling thoughts that are in our mind are like a hurricane, and we're caught up in them. And a lot of times, even as INFJs, this is very important for INFJs in general, just to know that, because we have our mind never stops. We have a racing mind. In fact, our mind is different than a lot of other types. Our mind is compared to a freight train that's constantly going, a machine that never stops running. Now, a lot of other types, I don't understand how, some other types maybe don't have a mind like ours, because it's not that's introverted intuitive, and it doesn't overthink. Somehow they can shut it off a little better. I don't understand that, because I only know my mind, and I know the way my mind works, and I can't fathom what a still mind would be, or a quiet mind, one that shuts down. I don't know, but ours never stops. But my bottom line is, meditation is imperative. It is imperative to make sure you get out of your thoughts, get out of that swirling whirlwind, that hurricane of our thoughts, and find the eye of the storm. Basically, it's like a metaphor that hurricane. There's an eye of the storm. There's a center of that storm that is still. You ever seen them? Now, actually, Marion from North Carolina. Listen, I'm sure you know what hurricanes are. I'm going to just, you know that. I've only been through one as a kid up here in the Boston area. When I lived in Boston, we had a couple pass up through New England. I've seen a couple, but I've never seen the eye of a storm. But I do believe the eye of the storm is just it's that circle at the very center of the storm. And you could be raging through. It could be tearing up your neighborhood, raging 100 miles an hour. And then that eye passes through. And all of a sudden it gets calm. You can look up and see the sun up there. It's like it calms down for a little bit. And all around you, that storm is swirling around you. And a few minutes later, you go back into the hurricane again. And that eye just moves with the hurricane. Well, your psyche is like that. Your mind, you have a part of your psyche. Your soul is like there's an eye of a storm. There's a center of stillness. Your meditation is where you want to find that. You want to find that center of stillness, basically, and almost separate yourself from that swirling hurricane of your mind. Now, this will calm you down. As INFJs, if you find now this is what that meditation practice that I talked, that's on my video, I talk about that. That's basically what it is. It's finding that center of stillness. And when you practice this a couple times a day, you'll start to practice. You'll start to understand how to separate the stillness of your mind, your center of consciousness, basically from that swirl of your mind. And then pretty soon your mind will be trained. You'll start watching your thoughts, seeing your thoughts without being caught up in them. You train your mind to actually watch them instead of like being part of them all the time. You're not caught up in the storm anymore. You're in the eye of the storm looking from afar. It's kind of like I've used this analogy before. It's like watching a bad movie. You're sitting in your chair and you're in a projector and you're watching a bad movie screen over here. You know you're not part of that movie, but you're comfortable in your chair watching it, but you're just watching the screen. That's the way your mind starts to be, where you're not caught up in it anymore. You're just watching your thoughts on a screen now. And this is how your meditation actually helps you separate it. Now, when you get to that state, that's where you're able to watch these traumas relive. You'll see these things bubble up. All these things that bothered you, all these things that were in your psyche, deep in your psyche, will start being revealed to you as you meditate. Now, you got to be prepared for this too. When you're meditating, these things will be coming back for review because you haven't resolved them, because these are roadblocks into your salvation. So these things will come back to your review. And as they do, you're supposed to watch them. Just watch them, like I said before, without resenting them, without reliving them, without rehating them. And then all of a sudden, they go away. And then one more roadblock is away. One more hurdle will be gone. And hopefully you'll start getting rid of these. But eventually, this is your way of finding that calm stillness and finding your eventual awakening. Yes, that's part of your awakening. Hey, as Jesus said, being born again. Carl Jung called it the awakening, and our Lord called it being born again. It's all one and the same. It's all the same practice. Yes, yes, it's all part of that. Oh, I see a bunch of hearts going up there again. It's funny, every time I go, well, let's see, I want to make sure. Oh, we got some, trying to, okay, I got the nunchucks comment. Okay, John Schotter. I'm addicted to information. Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to try to give you some information then. I mean, I want to keep you informed here, sir. Okay. And Marion, I need to be in international. I need to be international with prayer and make my mind be still. Oh, okay, yes. I need to be international with prayer and make my mind be still. Yes, yeah, exactly. You got to still the mind. Absolutely. Yes, that was not Bruce Lee, LOL. Oh, Jethro. Oh, I got the idea, nunchucks. I didn't think it was literal. I get what you were saying. You were throwing a little bit of a metaphor in there. I got that. Bruce Lee. Okay. I see. Okay, little emojis. Okay, smiley. It's funny every time I go to places where I need to relax, like chiropractors or massage places or acupuncture clinics. I meditate so well it sounds like I'm sleeping. There you go. See, we all do this naturally. I think maybe I just described the technique. I went to like into a really uh, distinctive description of it, but I think we do this instinctively. Okay, I think a lot of the times we have our own. But let me ask you though, people we all have the same thing. We try to get out of our mind. It's a way of relaxing the mind, finding a stillness. I think that's one thing we have in common is that we're trying to just either remove them, separate our thoughts or calm our thoughts down or at least get out of them so they're not constantly just overthinking, thinking, and just driving us crazy, like INTI loops. It's just a matter of just separating yourself where you're not caught up in them anymore. And I think that's has a lot to do with all you know, these techniques that we practice. Yeah. 4, 7, 8 breathe work. Okay. I use nunchucks, have 20 years. Okay, that was Jethro. Got that. You know about the nunchucks meditation there, Jethro. I have to play classical. Oh, classical music? Does that help you out? Okay. That's very soothing music, though. That's very soothing, especially like slow, like violins and like like Bach. Bach is a very good one, like air on a G string. I tell you, that puts me in heaven. And I know you've heard Bach, right? I love that one. Air on a G string. It's got that floating violin string. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I feel like that song feels like heaven. Yeah, you want to talk about, I'm glad you put that in there. Yes, I love that. I listen to that in certain moods. I have to hear certain classical music, and I always love that one. Bach. Yeah, that's the most soothing piece I've ever heard. I mean, there's some other good ones, but that's one ranks right up there. Oh my gosh. Oh, two cellos. Two cellos, John. Yes. Now you get that one, right? Classical music. I see a bunch of hearts going up there again. 4, 7, 8 breathe work. Now somebody heard. Now what exactly is that? Can you tell me what is 4, 7, 8 breathe work there, John? Can you tell me? Is that 4, 7, 8 breathe? Those are like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, 7, 8. Yeah. Wonder what that is exactly. I think somebody else wrote that down before. I've heard something about that. Yeah, 4 inhale, and then what? Okay, and then you mean at the seven? Like, are you talking seconds? Like 4 seconds of a hold, and then breathe out? Okay. Yes, so that's a good breathing exercise. I get that one. And Jethro, I put my mind into nunchucks and I get a huge break from thinking almost thinking I can mental hygiene work. thinking can hygiene mental hygiene work. Yeah, I got to tell you that's a unique meditation style there, Jethro. I never heard of that one. The nunchucks. Yeah. Now, is it like what are you? So what do you imagine? You're like flinging nunchucks, like instead of your mind being like swirly, it's like you picture them being like nunchucks. Instead of your mind racing, you convert that into the movement of nunchucks, like this moving. Is that what it is? And so, I'm taking you literal. I'm gonna take you literal. I hope you're not playing with me. I'm just trying to figure you out. I'm trying to figure out your meditation if this is real. I mean, I can imagine maybe instead of so you're almost like diverting your mind from swirling by imagining over here you're you're a martial art guy doing nunchucks. So even though nunchucks make they're quiet, they don't speak, they don't, but they're still. So you're taking the speed of your mind thinking and you're trying to get them into the style of the nunchucks. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'm only listen. I'm only getting by what you're telling me. I'm trying to troubleshoot or talk over what that could be or what you mean by that. I don't know. Well, what an interesting conversation we're having here, huh? No, I use real. Oh, you use. You said you use them for real. I thought you said you were constant. You mean you like? So are you doing martial arts and you're concentrating at the same time? Is that what you mean? Okay, I didn't know if you were doing this mentally. You said not Bruce Lee, so I didn't know if you would imagine you. So you're actually doing nunchucks. You're like doing martial arts then. Okay, and then so in the course of you doing nunchucks, you're in like I see. You're like in your zone. You're in your zone. You're so focused on making sure that you're doing it right that you're not really thinking about anything else. I see. I see what you're doing. Okay. All right, man. Okay. I get it. That's interesting. That's interesting. I never really got into nunchucks myself, but gosh, I can imagine. It's an art form in itself. Just wielding those things a certain way, and just keeping those things without them things flying and hitting you in the face. How many times did you whack yourself in the head and early on? I mean, yeah, that's an art because they can easily come back and hit you and just be your own. So you got to be careful with them, man. If you know how to master them, then you're great at them. Yeah. Yeah, I know Bruce Lee was a master at those, wasn't he? Well, then again, he was just about everything, right? Yes, you're accurate. My mind flows into my nunchucks. Yeah, okay, that's what I figured you meant. Okay, you mean literally. I get that. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. So I know martial arts and karate, whatever it is you're taking, if it's kung fu, whatever martial art that it is that you're taking, I know a lot of that has to do with meditation and speed, and all that has to emanate from your your discipline and your physical and spiritual discipline. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I know a lot of those Buddhists are like a lot of those Buddhists, those Shaolin priest Buddhists are all like masters of like kung fu too, right? Yeah, I used to watch kung fu as a kid. I knew that they were all spiritual. No, I know that a lot of times. Yeah, they're Buddhist. Huh? Yeah, it's almost like it goes hand in hand. Like you had the samurai. Samurai had a certain like they had their own religion as well. That wasn't just a battle, a warrior. They were like an elite warrior that was a religious order in a sense as well. Yeah, and they had that discipline, and it wasn't just all about the physical discipline. It had a lot tied in with their mental, spiritual, and physical was all like intertwined as one. I mean, that was it. So it sounds to me like Jethro, you're doing that kind of thing too. You're using that whole spirituality. Spirit is all kind of intertwined as that one entity, and that if that's working for you, yeah, you are going to make. Yeah, I'm going to make a YouTube short channel all dedicated to my nunchuck style. Whoa. See, yeah, you got a lot to offer. See, yeah, Jethro, man, your channel looks like, listen, man, see, you're actually, you must be thinking this over. I can tell you're thinking about it. You're planning it, okay? And you're coming up with your ideas. I mean, it's just a matter of you having you're thinking about it. You want to go into YouTube and just get it done. Yeah. Now, have you ever started a YouTube channel before? Have you ever gone into you have to get the account with Google. And then after that, you go to YouTube and you got to start channel. And I mean, it's fairly easy. You just got to fill out all the questions. But also make sure that if you can too, I mean, there might be some videos that come up like creators. Like we're talking like there's some creators out there that are very very knowledgeable about YouTube and how to start up your channel. You could even watch some tutorial videos on starting a YouTube channel as well. Some of them will tell you like what buttons to push, what ones to shut off. There's certain like levels of like switches and buttons in like your first channel, and there's certain ways you want to have them so that you're yeah, I mean, I can't remember all of them. Some like whether or not you want them in translated into like English or AI, and depending on what you're doing, it might take away viewers from certain. It's just things I can't get into all the specifics, but you got to make sure you look at some of these YouTube tutorials if you can, and that will help you too, because those help me out a lot too. Just how to download videos, how to send them, all that's all in there. Not yet. No, I know it's not yet, but you are planning it. You're in the process of putting your mind together, and you're trying to focus on that. But hey, man, if you did a short and did some kind of a nunchuck thing, and if you're really good at that, man, you'll get some hits on that thing. I mean, people would say, yeah, it would get hits big time. Now, see, already just some of the stuff you're already talking about, you're individual. And if you say you want to do an INFJ channel based on that, and if you were to say, I mean, you were doing your nunchuk meditation thing, I mean, hey, I'm sure somebody's gonna watch you. I'm sure I'm sure you got quite a people that are gonna tune in to check out your style of your nunchuks doing. So that's awesome. You know, like I said, you got to let me know. I mean, you told me the name of it. You'll just, I'm sure in one of these, maybe one of these lives, and if you do start it out, I'll definitely check it. I'll check it out. Right. Okay. All right. I have been here for 4 hours. People, what time is it? Oh my gosh, 9:51. So it is 8:50. It's almost 9 o'clock. Oh my gosh. I think I started this at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Gosh. Oh my gosh. People, I've been here a long time. Oh no, not yet. Okay. Uh oh my gosh. People, I'm gonna have to, as much as I'd like to be here as long as I could, I really have to think about um, shutting it down. It's past my bed. Yeah, it is. Uh yeah, Marion, it's still a work week too, you know. I mean, I got a few days off here, so I'm not working tomorrow, but I still have to think about, shutting down and getting things going here. That's for sure. Uh, oh, good night. Nice to have encountered your channel. Yeah, well, thank you. And Jethro, yeah, yes, you have the skills. I just about ready to get a little more work to do. Yes, have to go to my sucky job tomorrow. Oh, yeah. I mean, hey, we do have to work for a living. I mean, yeah, we really do. But that's okay, work is what it is. I mean, yeah, you wouldn't believe some of the things I've had to do for work through the course of my life. It is just what it is. It pays the bills, though. I mean, all right. Well, people, I want to thank you so much. People, on closing, we've reached another milestone, though, people. And whoever's watching, we got to the 801 mark. I mean, I knew it was close. I knew it was close. I thought I'm going to go live. It was 797. And I thought, hey, it might happen tonight. I'll stick around here. I want to go live. I want to get some, and I'm just surprised. I'm seeing, some of the watchers here. We have 11 watching. And I think this took off a little bit today. And I've seen some of you. Yeah. Yeah. Sadly. Okay. Well, at least you're the best at it. Even okay. Well, people, I'm going to tell you, we reached the milestone, and I got to thank you for that. Every time I reach that another 100 mark, obviously that's very significant. Now I have just about 200 more, actually 199 more to 1,000. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now. I starting this, I always imagined just being to the point. I'm thinking 800. That was quite a bit. That was a lot. I mean, it's still in the hundreds. I mean, but still, it's my forge. Every time I see this thing change, every time I see it go up, I tell you, it's great. And anybody who has subscribed to the channel, if you're still here, I want to welcome you aboard. Thank you, everybody that has subscribed. And all I can recommend is that, yeah, you stick with the channel, check out some videos. I got a lot of shorts, and I try to upload a couple of videos a week. And basically my videos are similar to me talking here. I mean, it's about the same, but usually I pick a certain topic, a certain category, and I try to go with that. So that's what you have to look forward to. Eventually, like I said, I eventually I'd like to think that I'm going to branch out eventually and do some more, like maybe get a bit better computer, do some other things, but that's in the future. I got to really focus right now on just putting out really good content that's helpful to people, helpful to INFJs, and kind of like just the way I am, and just from my own knowledge, from my own experience. That's the best I can do, is just be myself. But I'm glad you joined today, and forever who's still with me. I mean, I'm just glad to see some new faces and some of my familiar faces as well, my good friends out there. Okay, you didn't just subscribe to this channel. You have joined this channel. You are part of this safe haven. This isn't just a channel, people. This is a safe haven. That's the way I like to think of it. You watch, if partake in my videos, partake in my lives and things. I mean, we're safe haven is what it is. That's the way I like to think of it, and I'm so glad and so honored that you joined the channel today. Okay, I want to thank you for that. Um, Now let's talk about struggles at work next time. All right. Well, listen, I tell you what I can do is I did put a post. I usually post every so often. If you check out my channel, now that you're subscribers, and if you hit the bell on there, you'll be notified if I upload a new video or a short or put a post up. You'll see that. And if you want to check out, occasionally I post a comment or at least a quick post to the subscribers. And today I actually said that I was going to go on the air at 4 p.m. and that I would do a live broadcast. So if you'd like, I can inform you that I will do a live broadcast. And also, occasionally I do them randomly. I don't always announce it, but sometimes I do them late at night. Yeah, just so I can get some of the audiences from other countries. From like for instance, we had Vamp Fox. She's from Australia, and I try to. And there's a few other. I have a few other friends that are from like Philippines, and somebody from Istanbul and like Israel. Yeah, there's a few that came in that are from other countries. So I like to see it's not just the United States or Canada, which I think is great, but yeah, I like the whole idea that it's a world audience. Yeah, we're connecting worldwide now. Okay, I really think that's fascinating the YouTube, the internet is just so worldwide. So it baffles me. Okay, so yep, I just got suspended from my job for a joke to the woke world, the work world, huh? Well, you got suspended from your job, huh? Gosh, come on, man. Yeah, just be careful. You still got to work for a living. I know sometimes things, unless you got a job that can back it up right there and you don't mind, you can do that. But I hope it didn't cost you any money or cost you your job there. You got to at least have some respect for your job. That's your livelihood. So, all right? Always just know that's what it is. Okay? Ha ha, Jethro. I will be doing that tomorrow. So I'm done with the politics and fairness and abuse. When you are good and efficient. I started the fire today. Jeez. Uh, it'll burn it tomorrow. Oh, oh, okay. All right. You people are funny. You gotta. I love the way you. Some of the things you come up with. I'll tell you, that's funny. All right. Well, people, like I said, I'm gonna be signing off though. But I hope I fulfill everything I can as far as this channel for you. I really do. All right. Well, people, until the next time, I want to thank again. I want to thank you for showing up, and thank you all again. Until the next time, okay. Please have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. Okay. Until tomorrow. All right. All right. Well, thank you. All right. I just gotta turn this thing off now.